Mohan Raj, Dr. Uba Gunaseelan, and Dr. Ananda Matthew. So all resource persons. So on behalf of the College of Education Coordinator and Secretary Maharaj, I welcome you all, as well as I also welcome our faculty members, Dr. Shanmuganesan, Dr. Srinivasan, Dr. Swaminathan, Dr. Ayyappan, Dr. Sivasankaran, and all other faculty members, and our respected delegates from different parts of our states are participating in this program, and the students of our College of Education. I welcome you all, and I wish you these functions more successful. And once again, I congratulate Dr. Jagadish for coordinating this program. So thank you very much. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Leadership and excellence is the broad theme of this FTP. This made us to choose this title, which will impact the teachers of higher education institutions. I would like to quote few sayings from Swami Vivekananda, who himself is a great leader. These quotes are self-explanatory. A leader must be impersonal. He also said that do not try to be a leader. He is the best ruler who can serve well. And I would like to quote again Mother Teresa's quote, I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. We strongly believe that an FTP of this kind will attempt to transform you as a leader who can create ripples. So make use of this FTP to the fullest extent and kindly interact with the resource persons. Because many of our resource persons have requested that participants should interact with them, and they also requested that they do not want to see the pictures of participants. They wanted to see the real faces of participants. So kindly be in the line. And regarding the modalities of the FDP, all sessions will be online. Kindly join at least 10 minutes before the session starts. And one more information, AICT has just mailed us that there will be a peer assessment for the entire FDP. So they can log in at any time and they will assess us. So kindly be present in all the sessions. And as I said earlier, attendance, feedback, and assessment are mandatory. Thank you and happy learning. We'll be joining with the resource persons very shortly.
We have to eat the document.
One more information, there will be a feedback link sent to each participant for all sessions. For each session, there will be a feedback link. Additionally, there will be a feedback from AICT as well, right? So don't forget to give your feedback for each session. We'll be sharing you the form link, Google form link. Then you can submit your feedback. And the resource person is yet to join. He will be joining in a few seconds. I just now called him. So we'll have a good session.
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಬಂದ್ರ ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ
We regret for the delay. There is some technical difficulties at the resource person's end. We are sorting it out. Kindly be patient. Meanwhile, those who have not joined in the WhatsApp group, I've sent you a mail, probably two to three mails I've sent for all. Just click the WhatsApp link in that mail and you can join in the group. Additionally, I have also sent the registered number of participants in an Excel sheet. So whenever you fill the feedback form, you just fill your registered number as well, because it will be easy for us to note the attendance of yours.
Tawatri meeting. Yo, mute raba. Rayo. Mute rayo. That. Mute rayo. Unmute रड़का बहुत तू unmute
We are waiting for his connection. Right? Be patient, please. And I've been receiving few messages regarding the register number. Yes, we admit that few do not use WhatsApp accounts. I've mailed you also the registered numbers. If anyone has a difficulties, you're free to speak now before the guest speaker joins us. I hope everyone have received.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
My register number is 020.
Okay.
My name is Doctor repeated there.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, that's only query, not any other thing.
No, we're not taking as of attendance as of now. I'm just asking
Okay.
the difficulties faced by others who have not received the mail or WhatsApp group.
No, I received everything. Thank you for that.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have not yet received my registration number. So, and today morning only I have joined the WhatsApp group. So, where should I find it, sir?
I'll resend it again, ma'am. Don't worry.
Yes, sir. Please,
Yes,
sir.
I
Thank
will
you.
resend
Thank
it
you so
again.
much. Yeah. And we need to rename with our registration number.
Yes,
right?
That is just to identify that who has joined.
Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely.
Because we have
Thank you.
200 in numbers. So for
Okay.
our convenience, I've just given a random register number. That's it.
Okay.
It's nothing to do
Yeah.
with AICT or ATL. It's just for my convenience to put the ATL.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Yes, sir. Please.
Sir, I haven't received, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, see, or you can also post the Excel sheet chat box as well.
Sir, your voice is feeble, sir. I could not hear you properly.
Sir, we have to rename
Sorry.
with our risk number.
There will be a
Hello?
Google form where you have to type your register number, sir. In that form.
Okay, in Zoom, it's need not to
No,
rename
not
by-
necessary. In Zoom, you don't have to put your register number, name, something like that. Everything will be taken into account once you give the feedback form.
Okay, fine.
Sir,
fine.
just one request. Can you please share the program schedule on the WhatsApp group so that we are program
Okay, I'll
schedule?
share it again. So I've shared it many a times. I'll share it once again.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Kindly bear
Please
with
do
us.
share the register.
Yes, sir. I will share and
Sir.
kindly bear with us for this delay, please.
I've typed my email ID in the chat box.
Your email ID, sir?
Watson at all.
So 1 minute, let me share. Then if you have any doubts, you can ask me again. Let me share in the WhatsApp.
Thing is, I don't have WhatsApp.
Audio, sir, please.
Sir, I can hear you now, sir. I'll share it once again.
Mail it, sir.
Sir,
Send it.
Good morning, sir.
So good morning. Our resource person has joined. We will have the discussion after this session, sir, please. Our resource person has joined. He is in the meet, in Zoom. Okay. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
No, resource person, sir. Sharma, sir, am I audible?
Yeah, namaskar. You are audible.
Yes, yes, sir. Shall
Sorry,
I start?
sorry for this. Sorry for this delay.
No problem, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. Today, we have been fortunate to be graced by the first session by our resource person, Dr. Chandra Bhushan Sharma, who is a professor of education at School of Education, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. And he served as the chairman of National Institute of Open Schooling during April 2015 to April 2020. And during his leadership in NIOS, he experienced a complete turnaround. That is, NIOS experienced a complete turnaround with many landmark new initiatives, including the introduction of courses in Bharatiya Parampara, leading to award of secondary and senior secondary certificate in Indian knowledge tradition. Also, NIOS bagged the Commonwealth of Learning Award of Excellence for Institutional Achievement in Distance Education in November 2016. The initiatives for the deaf learners bagged the, again, Commonwealth of Learning Award of Excellence in Distance Education on our online experience in 2019 through one of its deaf learners. Sir is responsible for training 12 lakh untrained in-service teachers to the NIOS through Diploma in Elementary Education program in a record of 18 months. He has 3 decades of teaching experience. He is a recipient of the President's Award for Commendable Contribution to Digital Initiatives. He has also been named Paul Harris Fellow in appreciation of tangible and significant assistance given for the furtherance of better understanding and friendly relations among people of the world by the Rotary Foundation of Rotary International. He has been on various national policy framing committees, including the committee constituted by the Government of India to review the National Council of Teacher Education, NCTE, and the committee constituted by the Government of India to draft the Distance Education Council of India. He was a member of the Indian delegation led by Honorable Human Resource Minister of India to the Commonwealth Ministerial meeting held at Bahamas in 2015. He has also been the director of the distance education program of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan. He has been on various statutory bodies like Academic Council, Board of Management, Board of Governors, and also the Visitors Nominee and Selection Committee of various ODL programs. He has been nominated by IGNOU as well as invited national committees on various areas like 11th Plan, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, Samagra Shiksha, National Mission on Education, Information Communication Technologies. We famously call it as NME ICT, UGC visiting committees, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, National Council for Teacher Education Planning, and he has also been in other committees such as DEC, UGC, AICT inspection committees, and many more. He has written as well as taken part in many national as well as state level education planning and discussion. Professor Sharma was invited by the Universal Basic Education Commission to facilitate an establishment of an open school in Nigeria in 2018. He has also been invited to be the visiting professor at various universities besides being invited by international agencies like the World Bank for research studies. So we are fortunate to have you here, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. आप सबों को मेरा नमस्कार. Extremely sorry for this delay because of the technical glitches, but still, well begun is half done. Thank you, Jagdish ji. Thank you to the Sri Ramakrishna Mission Vidyalaya College of Education, Coimbatore. I must at the outset mention I have been privileged to visit this college, a great college, and very good resources, very good work done for a very, very long time, very forward looking and innovative. Can I request some of the participants to switch on their videos? It becomes very boring to lecture to the screen and camera without looking at anyone. I will request some of you, yeah, some of you can switch on your video so that I can look and see how boring I am. Similar training programs or lectures become very boring when you don't see anyone, and so I can look at your faces and keep modulating my lecture. So today, actually today is the first day, isn't it? Today is the first day of your program, and it's the beginning, but unfortunately we started on a note that technology is not working. When Jagdishji asked me about the topic, I had said I would like to talk on the status of teacher. I must at the outset say, Jagdishji has already mentioned, I was chairman of the National Institute of Open Schooling, so I was fortunate to be part of this policy making process right from 2015 to 2020, when the policy was finally submitted. I hope you have read the policy. It is one of the shortest policy that India ever had. Before this, the shortest was Macaulay's Minutes. That was 9 pages. This is 65. In essence, it is 62 pages of a policy. If I have summarized the policy in one line, I will say it is teacher-centric policy. Definitely, it is a student-centric. The objective, the vision is to have global citizens 2035, 2040. But this policy puts the teacher center stage. If you look at the global trend, you will find everywhere the same thing. The education must be student-centric. Nowhere the teacher is given that position without realizing that teacher and the students are two sides of the same coin. You cannot have a system of education without the students, definitely, but you also cannot have a system without the teacher. And this policy tries to reinstate, take that word very seriously, it tries to reinstate the teacher center stage. Why reinstate the teacher? If you look at our classical literature, classical tradition of Vidya, we don't call it a system of education. हम शिक्षा की परंपरा नहीं बोलते हैं. We don't call it a system of education. We call it a system of knowledge, ज्ञान, vidya. What was the process? What was the process? How did we create? And we don't have to be shy about it. We have been shying about in mentioning this, but we should after this policy. After this policy, because if you read this policy, the first few pages clearly mentions we were a great nation. Somehow we lost the way, and we have the possibility of becoming a great nation again through education. What will be that system? I'm reminded of a story of Satyakam. I wonder if you know about that story. Satyakam was a poor student who wanted to get education. So he went to a teacher, Haridrumat Gautam. This is a story from Chandog Upanishad. I'm sure you're aware, you know about the great tradition of the Vedas, the Upanishads. We have the 4 Vedas, and we have been able to identify more than 150 Upanishads, and we are in the process identifying many more Upanishads. So when Satyakam went to a teacher, Muni Haridrumat Gautam, and he said, I want to be your student. He said, are you a Brahmin? And by Brahmin, he meant, do you come from a family or a lineage where you have a tradition of education? He said, I don't know. Now, again, everybody has gone off. Should I believe people have gone off to take tea? Yes. Rima is prompt to switch on her video. She is the first one. You cannot lecture without looking at faces. Kaun sun raha hai, kaun nahi sun raha hai. Yes, Jagdish ji at least is there, the organizer. Jagdish, you will have to bear with that. You will have to be on the screen. You will have to be on the screen, even if the participants go off.
Okay.
So, Satyakam went to a teacher, Haridrumat Gautam, and this is a story from Chandogya Upanishad, and it's a very great relevance when we, the teacher and teacher educators, talk of education. I will tell you later on the stories about how the National Council of Teacher Education has been revamped and what are the reports, but I need to relate it to what do we understand, what do we mean by a great teacher and a tradition of education in India. So Haridrumat said, are you a Brahmin? He said, I don't know. Go and ask your mother. So he went to his mother and said, the teacher wants to know if I come from a lineage of learning. So he said, his mother said, and this is very important, I have served many families. I am a worker. So I have served many. I know who is your father, but I won't reveal. Go and tell your guru, you are son of Javala. His mother's name was Javala. Tell him I am Javala Satyakam. So he went back and he said, my mother has said this. The teacher said, you are a Brahmin because you have the courage to speak the truth. We need not take the Brahmin by a caste or a group of people. It is these are the qualities which were defined as a Brahmin. So he said, I will definitely accept you as my student. Now what I'm going to tell you is more important. So Guru Haridrumat told Satyakam, there are these 400 cows. Take them to the forest and take care of these cows, and when they multiply to 1,000, come back. Haridrumat decided on the curriculum. What is this child going to learn? What are his needs? If I start teaching him Ved and ask him to memorize the riches of Ved, will that be useful? The Guru decided not. He thought it is most important for this particular child to become one who will rear cows, who will take care of cows, who will go in the society and serve. This has been Indian tradition. Who decides on the curriculum? The teacher decides. Where did we lose the way? Let me remind you again, my agenda for today's lecture is to make you understand and believe what is the importance of a teacher, a good teacher in an education system. We had this great tradition, somehow we lost the way, and we will try to understand how did we lose the way, was there a motive behind doing that, and how are we going to get back to that. So Haridrumat decided for this child that your curriculum would be take these 400 cows, go to the forest, rear them, take care of them, and when they become 1,000, come back. So Haridrumat went, Satyakam took the cows and went to the forest and took care of them. In the process, he met fire, he met nature, he met sun, he met storms, which in the Upanishad are called as Vayu, Agni, Prakriti. But finally, when they became 1,000 cows, Satyakam came back to the ashram of Haridrumat and said, Guruji, they have become 1,000. So the transaction was decided, how it will be transacted. The curriculum was decided by the teacher. How it will be decided was decided by the teacher. And finally, when they became 1,000, he came back to put himself to the assessment process, the test, the examination. The Guru said, you are now ready to go and serve the society. You are now ready to go and serve the society. And that was the lesson, that was the test, that was the certificate. Look at various scriptures of India. What the Britishers in their literature are normally called the Hindu literature. What has been the Indian literature, what has emanated from this place, what is mentioned, search for on Google the Hindu scriptures, and you will find about all this. The Hindu method of knowledge creation, preservation, dissemination, and you will find that. What was that? It was nothing but excellence only. It was nothing but excellence only. The excellent must be in the teaching learning process. This policy tries to reinstate that. But before I discuss the nuances, the details of the policy itself, let me quickly mention and trace a historical background to this state of affairs that we are in today. In the last, say, about 1,000 years, we have lost the way. Our schooling system, our education system has got transformed. Have you read Macaulay's Minutes? I can see only one face. Second is David. David Livingston has switched on the video. David, have you read the Macaulay's Minutes? You are mute, David. Siva Shankar E. I don't think this is your name, ma'am, but think you're sitting on somebody's laptop. Shiva Shankar E. She is the only one who has the video on. Unmute yourself. David quickly switched off the video. I don't intend to have a lecture. I really want to have a dialogue with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, David, please. Have you read the Macaulay's Minutes?
No, sir.
No? Must read it.
Okay.
Sure. I will definitely request Jagdish ji to get a copy of the Macaulay's Minutes and circulate to everyone. It is the shortest policy of education in India. It is only 9 pages. You must read it.
Yeah, sure.
Rima, have you read Macaulay's Minutes?
No, sir.
No, must read it. It is available on the net. Why am I referring to Macaulay's Minutes? The context of National Education Policy 2020. What do we want to change through National Education Policy? Where the first thing is, this policy intends to reinstate the teacher center stage, and the story that I narrated to you was an effort to make you understand that teacher was in complete control, could decide on the curriculum, could decide on the method of transaction, could decide on the method of assessment, evaluation, and certification. When is the child ready to be certified? Now, we lost the way in the last, say, about 1,000 years, or more so in the last 500 years, when we had the Mughal and the British rule. I'm referring to especially Macaulay's minutes of 1835. In 1835, Macaulay, the Secretary of Education in India for East India Company, brought an education policy, and he said, those who will study English will be supported by the government. Those who study English will be supported, given scholarship, given support of the state, studying English. How many people speak English in India? No more than 2.5 to 3% people of India speak English. But they control everything. All of us are sitting here. All of us who are taking part, we are here because we learned English. And Macaulay further said, I'm trying to make you understand. Macaulay said, we will support English education in India. And we are all sitting here because we have studied English. Otherwise, we would not have been part of it. Macaulay further said and defined, we will teach English in India to create a class of people who will be brown in color, Indian in look, but British in thinking. Those who study English will be brown in color, but British in thinking. They will be, second most important thing, they will be a link between us and the millions whom we govern. What was the purpose of education then? What was the purpose of education? To create a class of people who will be agents between the British white people and the millions Indians who will help them translate, transcribe their orders, their ideas for the common people in their local language. Further, Macaulay said, the third statement, this will help us prolong our colony in India and our rule in India. What was the purpose now? Review once again, think over it. Macaulay said, we will teach English to create a class of people who are interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern. This will help create a class of people who will help us prolong our rule in India. What was the purpose? To educate people to help British prolong their colony. What has been the traditional understanding of education and what we teach? What do we teach? How do we define education today? Can somebody define it for me? What is the definition of education? David, would you like to give a definition of education? You're mute, David. You're mute. Unmute yourself.
Learning something new.
Creating human beings who are global citizens.
Okay.
It is not just, we have never defined education as a method of getting a job. It is not that you study and then you get a job, so you are an educated person. No, the larger definition of education is to create global citizen, to bring something out which is innate in every human being. Every human being has good potential, good qualities which have to be brought out through the process of education.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes. Balaji.
As per Swami Vivekananda.
Yep. You are not audible. Your connection is very slow. And what I am saying is Vivekananda's definition that every individual has
Education is a manifestation of perfection.
manifestation of
Perfection.
Yes. So every human being, yeah, repeat that because you are not audible, Balaji. Say that again.
Manifestation of perfection. That is a definition that may be given by Swami Vivekananda.
Yep, exactly.
I always follow that definition only. I used to quote that to my students also.
Great.
Before
Great. That is education. That is education. Every human being, every child has good potential inside. The process of education only helps that child bring out, become a citizen. Balaji, mute yourself. Bring out and do something good in the society. Education cannot be a tool for exploiting individuals. The definition I just quoted from Macaulay's Minutes is exploitative definition and a process of education. We cannot be educating people to make them a colony, to make them translators for us, to serve us. And this has been Indian tradition. Education was neither charged. This policy tries to reinstate that. I will take two things from the policy, and I hope you read that policy this evening, because I'm sure during the next few days that you are doing this FDP, you will be frequently talked about the National Education Policy 2020. So you must be familiar. It is just a document of 62 pages. Half the policy is on a school education, about 25 pages, and 25 pages are on higher education. What does it say about school education? We fought the freedom struggle in the name of education. Balaji, you can keep your video on. I can see only two faces, Rima and Balaji has again switched off. You are, I'm a distance educator, so I'm used to teaching to camera, but I think you will realize the importance of seeing your audience. I won't say students. You are not my students, you are my peer group, you are my colleagues. So आपको देख के पता चलता है कि हम कितना बोर कर रहे हैं आपको. If you don't switch on your camera, I won't be able to know how boring I am. And do you switch off your camera because it becomes boring? Now, two things.
At present, we are facing the same. At present, we are facing the problem, sir. Like we cannot see our students. It is very difficult to teach without seeing
let us pray to God. Pandemic goes fast, and then we are back to our classrooms.
Very nice.
Definitely,
very
sir,
nice.
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Two things that I will tell you about the national education policy and why I'm saying that this will reinstate the teacher center stage. First, let me again mention, we fought the freedom struggle on the name of education. During the freedom struggle, one of the major agenda of our freedom struggle was that the British government ruined our education system. Remember Gandhi's speech at Chatham Hall on 20th October 1931, when he went to London to attend the round table. I'm giving you these details so that you refer to Gandhi's visit to London in October 1931. Do a Google search and read what Gandhi had said. Gandhi said, let me quickly review. I have taken the first point as that the policy of 1835 was an exploitative policy which ruined our system of education by introducing English and promoting only those who studied English. Now I'm taking up the second point, and that is that the education system was society-based. Are you aware that education is the largest sector? There are more people involved. There is more money in education than any other sector. Not even in the real estate. We often think real estate is the largest. PWD, road construction, all these are not as large as education. Education is the largest sector. More money changes hands in education than any other sector. This is the largest business. I'm saying this to make you realize how important it can be for the politician and the businessman. Education is the largest business, so it will attract attention of the politicians as well as businessmen. There is more money in education than any other sector. Education changes lives, and good education changes lives faster. One who has been able to pass class 8 increases one's income by 18%. Global records say, global studies say, those who could pass elementary school increase their income by 18%. Those who pass the secondary or senior secondary, the school up to the age of 18, their income went up by 30%. You can realize the importance of education. India was a rich country. We had 37% stake in global trade before the British came to India. It was only after we had a British system of education that our education fell and our business fell. Our global trade fell. Am I making sense, Ramakrishna? Ramakrishna ji?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, yes, very much.
Keep telling me yes or no, so that
Yes,
I know
yes.
I'm on the right track and you are with me.
I just
Education.
Yeah.
Education changes lives. Education changes lives of individuals, families, societies, nations, and globe. So when education was a vibrant education in India, because the teacher was center stage. The teacher was center stage. India had a vibrant education system, and that is why we had 37% participation in global trade, more than any other countries. Even US doesn't have that today. Why was it and how was it? I will keep reminding you.
Only, sir. Hello.
Yes, Balaji, quickly.
Sorry for disturbing.
No, go ahead.
The only potential the God has given for a country like India is human resource. We are very strong in human resource. That is why we are supplying our human resource to all over the globe.
I'll come to that,
We don't have
Balaji.
extra resources.
Balaji, I will come to that. Good that you have raised this issue of human resource. I will come to that. Vivekananda never saw humans as resource.
Skilled and potential resource.
I will come to that. Let me complete this argument. Then I will hear you and then we will discuss that. So second point that I want to raise it is a big business, and because of our education, students from across the globe came to study in our institution. Look at Nalanda, look at Vikramshila, look at Pallavi, look at our institutions. Students from across the globe came to study here. So in 1931, and do this Google search and hear Gandhi's speech in Chatham Hall, 20th October 1931. When Gandhi went to attend the round table, he made a speech at Chatham Hall. And he said, our literacy was more than 90%. After the British introduced the education system, our literacy has fell to less than 5%. What does it mean? Can we change that definition of literacy? You are all literate because I'm speaking in English. If I start speaking in French now, would you be able to understand? And if you are not able to understand, then would you fall under the bracket of a literate person? No.
No.
The definition of literacy is decided by the government, is decided by those who provide us education. So those who were planning education in India said, if you know Sanskrit, if you know Arabic, if you know Persian, if you know local languages, you are not literate. If you know English, you are literate. The definition of literacy was changed to those who understand, know English, are literate, so they are eligible for jobs. This policy tries to subvert that, tries to change that. Why should anybody who knows only English or any one of the major regional language be called literate? Why not your mother tongue? Why not the mother tongue? We have more than 3,000 languages spoken in India, more than about 150 languages which has more than 10,000 speakers. The rest of the languages we call as threatened languages. So we have about 150 languages which has more than 10,000 speakers. Why can we not provide education in these languages and call these people, these children, literate? This policy tries to undo that and give right to everyone who speaks any of the languages. And who will be teaching? I will come to that next. There are three things this policy does. Are you aware? 26.3% of the relevant age group is in higher education. If you read the policy, it is mentioned only 26.3% of the relevant age group. What is the meaning of it? The meaning is, out of the 100 children between the age of 18 and 23, that is the relevant age group for higher education, only 26 are in higher education. The rest are thrown out. They are not in the school education. They are not in the higher education. They were pushed out of the schools during the period that they should have been in the school. And that is why they could not reach higher education. Who is to be blamed? Not the teachers, but the system. We had a policy, we had a system which did not promote the innate qualities what Balaji just mentioned, has been said by Swamiji as the definition of education. If there is a person who can think in a local language, which is not one of the major languages, why is that child not allowed to think in that language and manifest what is innate in that child? Three things that this policy says. And I've been party to it. I was one of the members of the committee which worked on out of school children. In 2015, the Central Advisory Board on Education, I am sure you will know what is Central Advisory Board on Education, CABE, CABE. Central Advisory Board on Education is the highest apex policy making body of the country. It decides on policy matters, and it was created in 1920 by the British government on the recommendation of the Education Commission, the commission. 1917-19 Commission had recommended that there should be an apex body which should be chaired by the Minister for Education of Government of India, and all the ministers of all the states are members of this, besides experts nominated by the government. This came in 2015, had created a subcommittee to look at the out of school children. The committee found, and I had the privilege of being a member of the committee which was studying these out of school children. We found three things that were important. The first important thing were that children left the school, children dropped out of school because they said we could not understand anything in the school. We were not able to understand. Now imagine a child who is studying in Tamil Nadu and says that in spite of the fact that we were taught in Tamil, I could not understand. All children don't speak standard Tamil. There are various dialects. Similarly, I come from Bihar. My language is not Hindi. Normally, what we will think that everybody in Tamil Nadu speaks standard Tamil, or Tamil is the medium. Everybody will think a person coming from Bihar is a Hindi speaker. I am not a Hindi speaker. I am a Maghi speaker. My mother tongue is Maghi, which language I learned at home, and I used to speak at home before I joined the school. But in school, the teacher started teaching in Hindi. Because I could hear people speak Hindi in the vicinity, so somehow I go. This policy says every child will receive education during the first few years in mother tongue. And I'm sure you know that the structure of the school is going to change. Similarly, the structure of college is going to change. We are going to have 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. 5 years of foundation is education in the mother tongue. And for that, what Gandhi had said in Chatham Hall and later in 1937, when Gandhi gave the Vardha scheme of education, there the Vardha, the Bunyadi Siksha, what he had named as the Bunyadi Siksha said every child must be given lower primary education, the first few years of education in the mother tongue. Every child will be given education in the mother tongue in the first few years. Who will teach them? And that is my focus of today's discussion. Who will teach them? The local teacher. Local teacher. And this is what Vardha scheme also said, that teacher must be a local person. I'm mentioning these, don't leave these ideas here. You must research on them, read on them, and come up with new ideas on policy, on the national education policy, or what should be implemented. So in 1937, in the Vardha scheme of education, Gandhi had said was 2 things. One, employ local women as teachers. Are you aware that 80% of the teaching fraternity, teaching force in schools is of women? 80% teachers in schools are women. But if you look at the service condition, it is not pro-women. We employ teachers and transfer them far off. Women don't leave their homes and go away. A man will take his family and go away anywhere to retain the job. A woman resigns. We got data. But when women were transferred, because they cared for the family first, they resigned from the job. Why should it happen? This policy says, and this is what I have taken for today's topic. We must have pro-women policy, at least in school education. So what does this policy say? I will come to the 4-year B.Ed program later, but what does this policy say? We will have an all India aptitude test for selection of teachers. What is the process now? Local colleges take their admission, and after the college, you have a teacher eligibility test. This policy says we will have an all India aptitude test for becoming a teacher. And I must say, share with you this story. I was on the NCT review committee, and we traveled across the country to find out what should change in NCT. In fact, it was the Siddiqui committee of which I was a member. We recommended 4-year B.Ed program, and that has been accepted in the policy as the 4-year B.Ed program. We were very particular about the fact that preparing teachers in 2 years, and especially those who have already completed their graduation, masters, and then they do a B.Ed, it's too late to really introduce them and make them proficient teachers. It is necessary that we provide them extensive training, and local teachers must be employed. I'm sharing this because you will be expected to talk about this on various platforms about the policy so that it is implemented. I'm sure, I don't know how many of you know that the government has already constituted a committee to draft the national curriculum framework. Piyush has just gone off. Piyush Srivastava, are you aware that the government of India has constituted a committee to draft the national curriculum framework?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of it, but I've not read about it, sir. So
how many people are there? It is 2 days old. Only 2 days back, this committee was constituted. There are 12 people on this committee who will be drafting the national curriculum framework. Must read the news about it.
All right, sir.
Why I'm saying this? If you don't be alert, if you don't mention this again and again, how will we create that pressure on the government to implement what has been said in the policy? The second thing this policy says is, one is we will have a nationwide aptitude test for becoming a teacher. Our understanding is girls will outperform boys.
Often it is getting disconnected and again you have to connect.
Vijaya, you are unmuted.
Both.
Vijaya, unmute yourself.
That is what. Often it is disconnecting.
Right. Two things that this policy says. We will have a nationwide aptitude test for becoming a teacher. The teachers who will be admitted will be given 4-year B.Ed program. The question we were asked often was, the cost of training will go so high that most people from poor families, especially girls, and I'm saying this because the girls told us in Pune, those girls who were undergoing B.Ed program, they told us in BA that if you increase the length of B.Ed program, no girl will become a teacher because parents will not fund their education. So we have recommended second thing. Do a projection study, futuristic study, analysis. If we are going to employ those who take admission in B.Ed this year, after 4 years, how many teachers are we going to require after 4 years? Admit those many and give a scholarship to all those who pursue B.Ed. The policy again and again says, read chapter 5 of the policy. It starts by saying teachers truly shape the future of our children. the
Sir, are you there, sir?
Seems to have lost connectivity.
Yes, sir. I think he has lost. Let him join. We'll wait for a few more minutes.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. It is audible.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
I think in between there was a loss of connection. We are in an age where we have to bear with it. So please don't leave. Be there. Yes. The policy says we will have a nationwide aptitude for becoming teacher after class 12. We will do a need study. What I'm saying is has been said in the policy. You must know so that you raise this on various platforms. You know the problem with us teachers is we know many things we don't say in public. I'm sharing this with you because I have been integral part of this policy drafting. What we find is if these are implemented, India will definitely be a different India 2040. But if we, the teachers, who are the custodian of the nation, we have to take charge of the nation. Why did I start with the story of Satyakam and Adidrumat? Why did I start with the story of the sage Haridrumat Gautam? Haridrumat decided. We have to decide. And I'm sharing with you, your policy says teachers truly shape the future of our country and therefore the future of the nation. If the policy says, should we not remind the government again and again? You say this in your policy, better implement it. This has been said in the policies in the past as well. It has been a failure of the teachers, the gurus of this country, that we don't keep reminding the government, we don't shout, we don't make noise. Ramakrishna? RVSM Ramakrishna. Do you agree?
Yes, sir. Morning. Yes,
Good morning.
yes. Very
Do you
morning,
agree
sir.
what I'm saying?
Exactly. I thought that you called me, but I think Dr. Ramakrishnan responded.
Yeah.
In meeting, we have two
It's a
Ramakrishnas.
coincidence of name. Please go ahead, sir. Please go.
Yeah, I'm Ramakrishna and he is Ramakrishnan, sir.
Okay, Ramakrishna, fine. You agree with what I'm saying? India, that was Bharat,
exactly, sir.
Was taken care by the gurus. And that is why we wear what we wear.
Yes.
No one needs to remind us what is our job, what is our duty, and then we act. We somehow have been told after Macaulay and during the last 300 years, you are not required. And we took a back seat. It is time we take the front seat. We start telling. And that is why I'm taking three things in a row. What the previous policies were, what was first our great tradition of India, that the guru was center stage. Look at the scriptures. Even the king will consult the teacher and ask what is to be done. Second was the teacher decided on everything. We should be proud of our scriptures and the method of it. Look at Ramayana, look at Mahabharata, look at the great tradition. I must also recommend quickly a beautiful book by Dharampal, The Beautiful Tree. If you have not read this book, please read this book. It is available on the Google. You do a net search, The Beautiful Tree by Dharampal. Note it. The Beautiful Tree by Dharampal. The teacher was the main person of the village, the town, and he or she was consulted on everything. I'm adding she. The world tells us of women liberation without realizing half the Veds Vidyalaya in the ancient period were headed by women. Institution in weaponry, in defense, were headed by women in India. Only that we don't remember and we don't remind. We need to read, we need to remember and then remind. This policy intends to do that. So, read section 1, 2, 3. What does it say? 3 things. One, the children will be given education in mother tongue. Who will teach them? The local teacher who will be selected through an aptitude test. And our understanding is we're planning that women will excel this test. Are you aware that most boards, almost all board exams, the class 12 exam, women outperform boys, the girls outperform boys? But what happens in the college? Why are women not seen? Fortunately, this year in the UPSC exam, the first 25 position, well, there are 12 girls and 13 boys, in spite of the small number of who are going to colleges. Why am I mentioning this data is we intend to bring those deserving women who are the best teachers. They have the aptitude to teaching profession and they will take care of children across India for the schooling. Third very important thing. I will repeat to again. Education in mother tongue, education by the local teacher who will not invariably be a woman. And third, students do not have, the learners who come from very poor families, do not have the physical strength. They will be given breakfast. Although this has nothing to do with the teaching profession or the gurus, but the third very important thing that this policy makes an intervention is that although children will come to school or who are brought to school will be given breakfast. When we did that survey, we studied, it came out that children come to school only to have the midday meal. They come to school in the morning, up to lunchtime, they don't have the physical energy to understand, to read, to cope with the curriculum, to syllabus. So what we recommended was that the children be brought to school and given breakfast. They will get the physical energy, then they will attend the class, learn in the mother tongue from a local teacher. The guru is the local teacher. Depending upon as the child grows up, the level of the guru will also increase. The local teacher, the teacher in the primary classes, the foundation years, can be a local, I will say, girl or a women teacher who knows the families. Hum abhi kya kar rahe hain? What are we doing now? We transfer somebody from outside. We transfer somebody from outside who doesn't stay in the village. I wonder if you know that it has been reported in the UNESCO report that Bihar is the only state in the world where there is a teacher secondment. I am appointed as a teacher in a village, so I appoint somebody else on a lower salary who teaches in the school and I stay in the town. So I get 30,000 rupees. I employ a teacher in for 3,000 or 5,000 who stays in the village and teaches the children, engages them, not exactly teaches, engages them. I stay in the town and I keep 25,000 rupees of my salary in my pocket without teaching. It's rampant. Everybody knows this is happening. We want to subvert this. If the teacher is local, he or she will be known to the local people. People can come and complain because you will be related. The teacher who is from the village is a local person. Anybody who is a relative will come and say, you have to be in a school. Why are you not in a school? We have taken clue from what Gandhi said. Gandhi said in Bunyadi Sikha, we have done our research and we are suggesting this. Because we lost time, I'm not left with much time, so I will take a few things very quickly. I don't intend to take everything on the globe, but what I want to make sure that what I'm talking about is home to you. You have understood. I will quickly again review. India had a great tradition of teacher and learning system. The teacher was in the control. The teacher decided on everything, right from curriculum to transaction to assessment and certification. No one interfered in that. The state was not into it. The second is society managed the education. The local community managed the education. It was not a great government managing. And that is why I mentioned that it is the largest sector. When you have a sector as big as education, you cannot have a centralized system. Why did Macaulay do it? Macaulay had very clear intentions. He said, I will collect tax. You give me tax. I will collect money. I will appoint my agents as teachers. What is my interest in appointing a teacher in Coimbatore? Let the local person be teaching there. But my intention is, you give me tax and I will appoint my person as teacher. So the control is of the government. That this policy intends to do away with. The local person will be appointed and the community will take care. The community will decide when the teacher comes, when, why did the teacher not come, so that there is a pressure on the teacher all the time. This has been done all along. And now to answer Balaji's question of human resource development or human resource. Balaji has disappeared, but I wonder Balaji is there or not. I can't see. See, the ministry, yes, Balaji, I can see you now. The Ministry of Education was named as Ministry of Education. I will put my point of view first, Balaji. Then I will, after 15 minutes, I will take questions. The ministry was known as Ministry of Education. When was the last policy? It was 1986. In 85, the Ministry of Education was renamed as Ministry of Human Resource Development. अभी जो बालाजी ने कहा, the definition of education given by Swamiji was, it's the perfection in human being which is brought out through the process of education. Every human being has qualities, and the process of education, the purpose of education is to bring out that innate good quality in every child. The 1986 policy said we must increase the human potential to produce more. Human is a resource like iron ore. I hope Balaji will agree or disagree, but yeah, no, I can't see him. Human beings are not iron ore, that you have to extract this iron from the ore and make it a stainless steel or iron or wrought iron or whatever. But 86 policy said, we will infuse quality in human beings who will become more productive. What is the outcome? A large number of your children who were the brightest of the lot went to IITs just to go to the developed countries. Look at the aspiring students who want to go to IIT. Their dream is to migrate to America and UK. You taught them through your textbooks. If you are good, you will go into IIT. If you are good, you will migrate to the best countries that are America and US and Europe. We did a survey. It is published in the newspaper. In the last 10 years, half the board toppers, Tamil Nadu board, Bihar board, CBSE board, half the board toppers are settled abroad. They are not in India. What sort of an education? What did we teach them? That if you are good, you will go to IIT, and if you are good in IIT, you will go abroad. If you are less good, you will work in a call center. So all the bright students either went to IITs and NITs and went abroad, or they started working in call centers where they are transcribing prescriptions from the West. रात को बैठ के ये translate करते हैं. Am I wrong? What is this name? SRKV123 Godson Bedeya. I can't get your name. Net is very poor. I couldn't hear anything. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, good. But I couldn't hear your your net connection is weak. In 86, we had changed the name of our ministry from Ministry of Education to Ministry of Human Resource Development. Human beings are not to be seen as resource which has to be given some training to produce more. Balaji has come back. Human beings are not to be seen as iron ore from which silver has to be extracted and more money is to be collected. This policy intends to reverse this. Section 25.2 said we will change the name of the ministry from Human Resource Development to Ministry of Education. And on 14th, I hope you remember, 29th July 2020, the policy was approved by the cabinet. 14th August 2020, the name of the ministry was changed from Human Resource Development to Ministry of Education. That makes an impact. What are we in the process? Why am I talking so much about teachers? And why did I choose this topic when Jagdish ji invited me? That this policy will reinstate the teacher center stage. And that is important for a nation like our country, because we must own the country. We must say, we are the custodians of the country. We will decide. You will definitely ask me, sir, हमारा तो कोई पूछा नहीं जाता है decision making में. Nobody consults us in decision making. We have not made that noise. We have not made the society aware, government aware that we should be consulted. We must make that noise. We must start saying. We had been talking about a school management committee. I don't know how many of you understand and know that, because I don't know if you are working in a school. There are school management committee. The principal is the head, but is not the head of the school management committee. Why? That must change. And similar things, because you are all educationists. The teacher must be in the decision-making process, center stage. The important thing is that children are the foundation, or the first few years, the foundation years are very, very important. Are you aware that out of 100 children who join class 1, 30 drop by class 3? You are left with only 70%. And by class 8, more than 50% drop out of the school. What sort of a system did we make? The money we spent on Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan in the district primary education program was lost because the children dropped out by the class 8. Now, they dropped out, I have already said, because they could not understand anything. It was taught in their language. They were too poor physically to cope in the class. And the third was, there was no teacher. Let me raise a research issue. I will be very happy. Jagdishji, I will be sharing a document with you. Please share with all the participants after this discussion.
Sure, sir, sure.
Let me ask you something. When I say that the freedom struggle, independence struggle, was fought on the question of education, Gandhi raised this. The Congress party raised. Congress was the organization which was fighting, and that was the name of the organization which was leading the freedom struggle. If you look at the minutes of Congress, every time the issue of education has been raised and literacy. 1947, when we got freedom, first commission on education is Radhakrishnan Commission, which is on higher education, not on primary education, not on literacy. Why? Radhakrishnan Commission, it's a thick report, 700 pages, but I will definitely say read the introduction of Radhakrishnan Commission. At the end of introduction, Radhakrishnan Commission says, we will not be able to change higher education unless and until we transform school education. Because majority children drop out of school by the age of 14. So you are left with only the elite children, children who come from elite families, the rich, the politicians, the bureaucrats. So Radhakrishnan Commission said, improve your school education. So the next commission was Mudaliar. Mudaliar Commission was on secondary education. Education of class 9, 10, 11, 12. And not of lower primary, the initial year. What was Gandhi talking about? Gandhi was talking about literacy. Gandhi was talking about retaining children in the school. But after independence, we forgot about it. The first commission is on higher education. The second commission is on school education, secondary education. Then comes the Kothari Commission, which does a good review and says primary should be increased, but nothing was done. This policy has made a very important intervention that every school, every village will have its own school with a local teacher who will be teaching in mother tongue. I've often been asked the question, sir, what is the fate of the child who studies in Maghi, who studies in Santhali, who studies in Khadiya, who studies in Ko, who studies Great Andamanis? Where will this child go? The process is of retaining the child in the schooling process. To retain the child, once the child drops out of school because of language barrier, the child is gone. Let the child remain in the schooling process, even if we transact the curriculum and what is the curriculum in first 5 years? Alphabets, names of a few things, birds, objects. Why can we not do that in the mother tongue of the child? I must share some concern with you. Let the schools and colleges open after pandemic. Bringing back children will be a big issue. To retain the process of schooling is a difficult process. And once one gets out of that process, it's very difficult to bring them back. After pandemic, it will be a tough job to bring children to school. To teach in mother tongue is an effort to retain children. To retain children in a school. After pandemic, we have been working and we are predicting that bringing children back to school will be very difficult. And why is it important? Why can they not learn from home? Why can the children not learn from home? They cannot learn from home. Remember the 4 pillars of the UNESCO report. The process of education is learning to live together. We are talking about inclusive education.
Lack of socializing.
Exactly. Very true, Rima. Education is a process of learning to live together. Why have we made our school inclusive? Why have we done away with single gender school? Why do we want girls and boys to be studying together? To learn how to live together. Why do we want the blind, the deaf, the visually, physically impaired, or the autistic, all to be in the same class? Because the classes must be all inclusive. What are we doing? If we don't bring back children, how will they learn to live together? The training of teacher has also to change. I will quickly summarize what we have done in the training of teacher and then invite your questions. The training of teachers is going to be 4 years. 4-year B.Ed program after class 12, admitted through a nationwide aptitude test. Every teacher will be given a scholarship to pursue B.Ed program of 4 years, and the local teacher, especially the women, will be favored. They will be given preference so that they can remain at home and also teach. Transfer will not be common. Read it and talk about it. Teacher transfer has always been seen as a punishment. When the government wants to punish a person, a teacher transfers him or her to a far off place. The policy says transfer will not be promoted, only in special circumstances. The teacher forms a relation with the students, which is not bad. Unlike a policeman, unlike an administrator, when he or she forms a connection with the people, local people, then gets into corruption. When a teacher forms a connection, when the teacher forms a group, a community, a teacher in a village becomes an opinion leader. We want that teacher to become opinion leader of the village. That is why the policy says transfers are not to be made common. It has to be in a rare situation, because we want the teacher to remain at a place, know the society, get along with the people of that place, and become opinion leaders. The person will be a local language speaker. Now, what happens when a child goes to class 3 or 4? Has to switch over to a second language, which is the major language of the region.
Sir, can I ask a question, sir?
Yeah, just 1 minute. I'm about to summarize this, and then I will take your question. So the local teacher will be bilingual, in the sense can speak and teach in the target language, that is the major language of the region, and also speak the local language of the student. So for my case, my teacher will be a Maghi speaker who will also know Hindi, will be able to interpret what I have taught in the class if I am not able to understand in the language. So in a few years, say by the time a child like me reaches class 4, 5, will be able to cope up with the local major language. And then the child can select the third language. But this will not be a binding. The child will be free to decide and select. I was asked by, I was called by a friend from Coimbatore who has schools there. VVM, Vidya Bharati schools in Coimbatore. They are very good.
Sri Saraswati Vidya Mandir.
Sri Saraswati Vidya Mandir. He is a very good friend of mine. He called me and asked me, sir, what happens? Do we have to convert to a local language? No. If your school is an English medium school and the parents want the children to go to that school to pursue English medium, nobody will stop. If the school is a Tamil medium, then those children who are Tamil medium will go to that school. But because in Coimbatore, there is a large population of Kannada speaking children. That is what he was asking. For them, a special section will have to be arranged who will be taught in the mother tongue, that is Kannada. This policy has great vision, school education as well as higher education. We are completely going to transform the higher education. One can enter and exit anytime. One can take a certificate in any area, agriculture, dance, music, painting. We have neglected these areas. These gurus who are artists, who are dancers, who have the corpus of knowledge of dancing, will be able to disseminate that knowledge, research on these, and create new knowledge in these areas. India has been a country which has promoted all areas. We have led the world in knowledge creation, whatever the area may be. Our dance forms, our paintings, our fabric design, kapda banane ka, hum duniya mein aage the. We will again lead the world with the new system. It's too short a time, and we also lost some time initially with the system. Otherwise, I could have talked about more. But what I believe finally is that various methods of knowledge creation, preservation, dissemination has been mentioned in this policy. Even bringing back the peer group, the retired teachers, retired people from services to contribute to knowledge creation and running of institutions. This is a great policy which will give us edge over world 2040. The last line of the policy says we will review the system once again and have a new commission on education. Before I conclude, Prasanjit, I think you wanted to ask something. Mustafi, Prasanjit Mitra Mustafi, you wanted to ask something? Who wanted to ask a question? Please go ahead.
Sir, is the uniform method of education is need of the hour. Without introducing the uniform method, syllabus, and all these things, how we expect the knowledge from all over the India? In Tamil Nadu, they have a separate education system, syllabus, and all these things. In Bihar, there is a separate system. Even Tamil Nadu teacher the Tamil, the higher education is now 52%. What about Bihar? Bihar is not more than the 20%. I hope that. What's your opinion about uniform system in the syllabus?
Siddesh? Siddesh?
Kathen, sir, Kathen. Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Kathen.
Yes, sir.
Please ask your question.
I want to introduce the syllabus, uniform syllabus for all over the India. For each and every government, state government introduce different type of system. That's why it affects the students in Tamil Nadu. They are not up to the expected level. but
Okay.
they are.
I think you are both asking the same question. You are both asking the same question.
In substantiate to that question,
yeah,
there is a standard difference between state to state. That also, because that is some state students can able to clear this NEET and all easily. Some state students find it difficult because of this difference in syllabus and all those things. So this disparity has to be overcome so that we can maintain the uniform knowledge and standard throughout India.
Okay. I will have two things to say on this. One is, again, I will refer to Macaulay's minutes. Macaulay wanted to control everything from the government side, so it was made a central effort. So he said all over India, there will be a system of education which we prescribe. We will appoint teachers, we will pay them salary, you pay me tax. This was not exactly the Indian system of education. There used to be school, you need to read about Indian schooling or Indian education system. There used to be a institution of grammar, institution of dance, institution of painting. So excellence in dancing came out of one place, of one institution. This was subverted, this was changed by the rulers who were not really Indian rulers in the last 500, 600 years. When India got independence, education has been put in the concurrent list. I hope you understand the meaning of concurrent list. That education can be planned by the central government as well as the state governments. See, Tamil Nadu, if I can say that, says you cannot make Hindi compulsory. Fine. Bihar says we will not teach X subject. Or Assam says we will not teach Shivaji. We need to have our own heroes in our curriculum. So education was put in the concurrent list so that states as well as center can have their say. Read Radhakrishnan. Radhakrishnan said there has to be a national standard of education. And that is why was the Mudaliar. And Mudaliar Commission has clearly recommended education, school education has to be a national concern. It cannot be left to the states. Had I been in a class, I would have asked your backgrounds to make out whether you will understand this. Education has to be a national concern. It cannot be left to the states to decide what they will teach. I will not comment on various decisions of various states. Let me take one example. The Chhattisgarh government decided during pandemic that we will give the question paper and answer sheet to the students to take home and write the answer and submit, and that will be assessed on the basis of which they will be declared fail or pass in 12th class. I hope you're all teachers here. How can we justify that a student is given answer sheet and question paper to take home, write it and submit it in 5 days or 7 days, and that will be marked as paper for passing 12th class? 99.9% of students of Chhattisgarh have passed the 12th class with more than 90% marks. Who is going to trust that? Standard, national standard cannot be left to states, especially to be decided politically. To be decided politically. Politicians and government should not be left to decide on matters of education. It has to be managed by an independent, regulatory, autonomous body. हम देश भर के बच्चों को क्या पढ़ाएंगे ये नेता नहीं तय करेगा. No No political leader should be deciding what has to be taught to the student and how they are going to be certified. This has to be done by professionals. I am left with only 3 minutes. I am sure the next resource person must be waiting to enter the room.
I have given the chat box also. No.
Pardon?
Sir, I have given one question in the chat box. In the chat
And
box,
it will
I
be
have given one
difficult to
question,
read.
sir.
I will be sending you a paper through Jagdish ji. You can definitely write to me.
Sir,
I will answer. I will answer. I have something to conclude. Mustafa, your connection is weak. Your
One
voice
more question. One more question, Sharmaji. Now there is a proliferation in information technology. Once upon a time, there is no net and all these things. If it is now, we are living in a internet era. We are easy to pass over the you Sharma from Bihar handling classes to Tamil Nadu people. It is now the technology is more changing. That's why I want the uniform system is introduced. If it is introduced properly, definitely each and everyone got the object of national policy, education policy may be fulfilled.
Kathayan, my answer will be there has to be a national standard setting body which will set the standards for the whole country. But at the same time, there will be local intervention. Just as you have in the higher education, the University Grants Commission decides on overall quality of higher education, overall expectation from a PhD, but then leave it to individual university which are autonomous. There is not a single regulatory autonomous body in school education. How can you expect that to happen?
The autonomous status dilute all these things, sir.
No, sir. No, don't confuse between autonomous status within the government. The university should be completely autonomous in the sense that the minister, the government, the secretary should have no say in it. The politicians, and I'm saying this across parties, across the political parties should stay away from education. Let academics, the teachers handle the sector and decide on it. If we sit together and decide how will the Indian education be managed, and within that, what local changes needs to be brought into Tamil Nadu education, what needs to be done in the Bihar education, we can agree on that. When the politicians come in, they have an eye on the votes. So they take, that is why I am quoting the Chhattisgarh decision. The Chhattisgarh minister decided there will be no exam, distribute the question paper and answer sheet because they are the voters of next election. What I will conclude as, the policy has reinstated the teacher center stage. The policy, read the policy very carefully. It says all the time, I hope the government has the intention that teacher will take control of everything. The only thing is we must keep reminding, we must debate it, we must talk about it, and we must raise the issue. That is why I have told you that a committee has been constituted to draft the national curriculum framework. Those who understand the importance of national curriculum framework will understand what will this committee be doing. Look at the biodata of each one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
So one more point.
I think I have exhausted my time. Jagdish has to permit some extra time.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sure.
Change has to, we used to say bottom of the pyramid, same like that. The change has to take place from the top of the pyramid, sir, in case of this educational system.
See,
so say for example, not to.
We are not nobodies. I am not going to make the change. But do what I am doing today. I have tried to make you aware of what the policy is, what the government promises as policy. Let us all together demand that this be implemented. So Balaji, don't leave it to the top or the bottom. Consider yourself important. Consider your job, my job. I am a small teacher. Jagdish ji invited me and said, "Ki sir, ek talk dijiye." I said, why not share my concern with my fellow teachers? And this is what I am doing. I have taken three things. I have taken in the historical perspective. I have taken the policy as the government promise and then told you what should change. I am going to share a paper with Jagdish ji today. I will request to him to distribute to all of you. Please have a look and give me your feedback.
One more point I like to add is, in the new education policy, emphasis is given to vocationalization and skill learning. So what the present problem with educational system is, it's not able to meet the immediate requirement of the industry or the employability, which was earlier not like that. When as Gandhiji was emphasizing, and he was against the Makala system, saying that it is not meeting the Indian requirement because the embodied skills is not being taught. We are giving too much importance to literature part of that. And if we were able to vocationalize the Indian system as it was prevailing earlier, then we will meet all the requirement and India will become another China. Because the main problem is the vocationalization system is not properly working in the new in the education system, sir.
Very correctly summarized, Venkat Rao. Look, we had put overemphasis on academic subjects. This policy intends to undo that, and that is why in this lecture I have mentioned many times painting, dancing, all disciplines are important in a society. Only physics is important is not true. Those girls who design fabric, who design dresses can be of more use to the society. So students can learn fabric design, apparel design, car design, everything in a school, and equal importance. So if a child wants to devote full time on sports, that will be taken as a subject as well. If a child wants to do NCC in the school, he or she will get credit for doing NCC. What you are saying, Venkat Rao, is already included in the policy. Now one can take mathematics, economics, and agriculture as 3 papers and pass class 10 and 12.
It is choice-based system.
Yes. Now there is no compulsion, and it has been implemented by the CBSE. Now there is no compulsion that one has to take physics, chemistry along with biology or mathematics. No, you can take just mathematics and then agriculture and perhaps business studies. So complete freedom has been given. What is intended by the policy is, if a child comes from an agriculture-based family, can come and study agriculture as a paper, pass class 10, pass class 12, pass BA with agriculture, go back and do agriculture. Now what is happening, if a child from an agriculture-based family goes to a school or a college, is completely cut from agriculture, and by the time he or she graduates, says, this is no work. Why should I become an agriculturist? One should be proud of becoming an agriculturist. The girl should become proud of being a dancer.
Yes, sir.
A girl can dance well is as good or important as somebody who can read physics. So this policy again has done away with that. I think we need more time to deliberate on that. Thank you very much, Jagdish, for having me here, and thank you all for bearing with my stray ideas. I know, I have only been able to take some ideas from the policy. You need to really read the policy very carefully. It is a brilliantly drafted policy, but the onus is on you, the teachers. Don't be shy in saying we are the custodian of the nation. हमारा काम है ये देखना कि देश आगे जाए. We have taken up a profession which cares for the nation. We will shout and we will keep reminding you that better take care of the teachers. Thank you all very much. And it will be great to hear from you and get your ideas on improving school education, the paper which I will be sharing with Jagdish ji. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your enlightening session. And as you said, we missed a lot from you, sir, because of the time shortage. Sure, we will have an exclusive session on the related topics very soon, sir.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you, sir.
much.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sharma sir. Excellent session, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Please read the paper and give me your feedback.
Sure,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, thank you.
Dear participants, I have sent the feedback link as well in the chat box. You can fill it out.
Yeah, completed, sir. That has to be done for every session, no, sir?
Yes, sir. We'll break for 10 minutes. We'll join by 11:50 because the next resource person is ready. Please
Okay,
bear with
thank
us.
you, thank you.
We'll join after 10 minutes.
But session is at 12 o'clock or 11:50,
No,
sir?
it's actually 11:30. Since we had some interruptions in the earlier, we'll continue by 11:50. sir.
Already late.
11:50 we will
Okay,
join.
thank you. Thank you, sir.
So the feedback link is the same as the attendance link?
Yes, sir. Yes. There is no separate attendance list. We have your register number there. So we will get your attendance as well, the same link. Good morning, sir, and good morning, participants again. Hearty welcome to this FDP session, sir. Participants, we have our resource person joined already. To introduce the guest, we have amidst us Dr. P.R. Muthuswamy. Is presently the Director Academics of Dr. NGP Educational Institutions. He served as the Principal of Dr. NGP Arts and Science College for a period of 10 years. And also served in Senate, Syndicate, and other statutory bodies of Bharatiya University. He obtained 27 years of service in teaching MBA, MS Healthcare Management, and PhD programs. He obtained his MBA from PSG College of Technology, MA Economics from University of Madras, and also a PhD from Bharatiya University. He successfully produced 10 PhDs to his credit. Sir has published 3 books and a good number of articles in reputed journals and conferences. He conducted 53 training sessions and workshops on current topics in management at various industries and hospitals. He is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He has undergone a training program of National Accreditation Board for Education and Training of QCI, Quality Council of India, and also a development program at National Institute of Advanced Studies, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He worked in various positions, which include Dean of Health and Hospital Administration Program of St. Joseph's University, USA, conducted at Kobe Medical Center and Hospital, Coimbatore. He was invited twice by the Research Grants Council, School of Business of Hong Kong University of Science and Technology for knowledge exchange in the area of strategic management. He is a life member of Coimbatore Management Association and presently the president of Rotary Club of Coimbatore East. He has visited many countries for knowledge exchange programs. He is a recipient of GRD Best Management Faculty Award from Coimbatore Management Association, P.K. Das Best Teacher and Lifetime Achievement Award from Nehru Group of Institutions, and also Rotary's Nation Builder Award. He was president of the Association of Principals of Bharatiya University for 6 years, and also the vice president, Southern Zone of All India College Principals Association. His areas of expertise include human resource development, healthcare management, and strategic management. He served as the chairman of Ethics Committee of KMCH Coimbatore He loves Tamil literature and addressed in many forums. This is a brief introduction of Sir. I know him personally. He's a voracious reader. And whenever there is a session, we used to have a scribbling pad where at least 10 to 15 books he might suggest with the author name, the page number. So I hope you will get enlightened with this session. Welcome you, sir. The dais is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Feroz. Good. Shall I go up to 1:30?
Yes, sir. 1:15, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyhow, thank you very much for having included me for this wonderful sharing, faculty community. Esteemed Swami Garishananda, Secretary of this great institution, Coimbatore. Dr. G. Subramaniam, Principal SRMB College of Education. Dr. Jagdishan, Coordinator, and all my dear delegates and the entire faculty community. I feel very happy today because being a faculty member, according to me, is always a celebration, and it is always a durable memory to me, flexible and durable memory, because it is to be remembered always, because being the faculty member is an opportunity. Dear friends, you might have heard so many lectures on the leadership, teaching leadership. When I'm talking about leadership, so many leaders are coming to my mind. Even one of the leaders, even our own, what I can say, the founder of this great institution, is Avanaslingam Jettiar. He's a multifaceted man. And he, at the time, when he was the Minister of Madras Presidency, was the person who introduced a lot of strategies for educational development. Not only he's an educationist, he's an excellent institutional builder, etc. Such people have established lots of leaderships in the institutional boundaries. According to me, a leader, Peter Drucker used to say, leadership means raising of performance is leadership. Some people will say inspiring your subordinates or colleagues or your academicians is leadership. Influencing to achieve goals is leadership. There are so many definitions of leadership. Even I had an opportunity to work with one of the pioneers in education, Coimbatore, Dr. G. R. Damodaran, the founder of PhD institutions, and Dr. Thamani Devi Palanisamy, one of the founders of NGP Education Institutions. I closely watched their strategies, how they are building leaders. That is really wonderful. A leader has to create leaders. A leader must have the capability to do some extraordinary achievements. Otherwise, he cannot be a good leader. According to me, leaders' output is the output of the team. I worked more than 12, 13 years as a principal. The 7,000 crowd and about nearly 350, 380 faculty member community. If I am giving an output, means that the output of the faculty. Who is the best leader? According from my own experience, recently, before his demise, Dr. Kalam was invited by Kejriwal of Delhi to address a gathering to principals. And Dr. Kalam addressing the principal of various institutions in Delhi, he told, if a principal or a leader is able to create an integrated influence of the teachers. If I am the principal, I have to create an integrated influence of the teachers. That means the consolidated influence of all the faculty members only will transform the student community. According to him, it is a collective wisdom, collective influence. Not a single person can achieve so many things, not like that. That integrated influence or collective wisdom, one who creates is called a leader, according to me. Leader is always identify the strengths of the faculty. Instead of finding negatives of the faculty members, if you are able to find, leader can be a principal, even as a teacher is a leader. Teacher can create so many leaders. So leadership means I am not restricting to a business leader like J.R.D. Tata or great leaders like Vikram Sarabhai or so many leaders of the country. Here my focus of my discussion is academic leadership. Even nothing wrong in borrowing better things from business leaders. The best trait from business leaders to reform ourselves towards leadership effectiveness. Dear friends, a leader must be multifaceted. Leader must have a charisma. Whether power or not, people should respect it. He is called charismatic leadership. There are so many leadership styles: autocratic leader, democratic leader, free reign leader, charismatic leader, task-oriented leader, people-oriented leader, transforming leadership. So many leaders in attack. But charismatic leader means a person who always influences whether he is in legitimate ground or legal ground, or even if he is without power, people may like him. Such type of teacher is called a charismatic teacher or charismatic leader. According to me, a leader must simplify his task. You should not create complexity. You must find simplicity in complexity. A leader must simplify the task. Good leader must have some sort of initiative behavior. Initiative means if today I am coming, I don't know how many of you have read the book Blue Ocean Strategy. What he says, a person need not do so many things in a day. At least if you do wonderfully 2-3 things beautifully, that itself is sufficient. That 3 things must be very unique things, extraordinary things. When Dhirubhai Ambani was interviewed by a press reporter asked him, from a very ordinary person, you have reached extraordinary position. But can you tell me what is the secret of your leadership? He told, I always expect some extraordinary things to happen in my office. That's what his vision. He told one day, one word which I hurt his ego. A good leader must have the power of resilience. Suppose you are getting a conflict, you must know how to bounce back quickly. He is a good leader. Leader must always, suppose he is coming to a situation, you must create a uniqueness in the situation, unique contribution in the situation. Another சொல்லுவாங்க, situations make people and people make situations. The leader must create a situation. That is very important. A leader, any leader, courage is a good skill for a leader. Courage doesn't mean that you have to be violent behavior, not like that. Some people may think a leader means he has to stand in the veranda and shout. That's not leader. Those days are gone. You must have horsepower. That's what one of the excellent institution builders of the country, Mr. Ganesh from Indians of Technology, the person who designed the institution building theory, He used to say, an educational institution must be inspiration bound, not rule bound. Educational institution must be inspiration bound. That should be inspired. If I'm not coming today, you have to worry. That should be the academic leadership. Academic leadership is very interesting. All the people who are traveling with you must feel your presence inspiring. Other than academic leadership, you must listen to people. Active listening is an important attribute of a leader. You have to keep people well informed. Secret. That's not good. Communication should be spontaneous. People should know something of everything and everything of something, what is going on in the institute. My dear friends, a capable of a leader, he has to include the members with him. Membership inclusion, that should be his power. Not only that, a leader must have a cultivated network, wonderful network, civilized cultivated network a leader should have. Dear friends, I want to enter into my PowerPoint. Before that, I want to remember one thing. When I happened to be in Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, first when I entered inside, there are still 4 days to start the program. Just I went in advance to understand the whereabouts of the institution, etc. At that time, there was a retired professor who visited the institute. I had an opportunity to talk to him about the earlier leaderships, how they were, about Vikram Sarabhai, about Ravi J. Mathai, was the first director of IIM Ahmedabad. And I was talking to him. Guess what was going on, telling some historical perspectives of the institute. When he started talking, he shed tears actually because of the emotional bondage with the earlier leaders who contributed. They worked early in the morning, throughout the day, late in the evening, railway stations, airports. Interminably, they worked and built this. That institution building effort, you take any institution, there will be a normal curve. You put a normal curve, like product life cycle. The beginning stage or introduction stage of an institution is very, very important. If a leader does a mistake in that, he cannot re-establish the entire thing. Such a beautiful way you have to establish an institute. Why IIMs are still remembered by the people means the core establishment of the value system, what they have built. That's what the result of are enjoying today. When he was talking, he told Ravi J. Mehta is the first director. He created a culture in the institution, culture building. Culture is the main. Recently, Premji visited our campus. He talked for 2-3 minutes. He talked only about work culture. Once you build a culture in an institution, that will take care of it. That way, still great institutions are remembered well. Top ranked institutions in the world. Why they are remembered? Means first a teacher is understanding what is an institution building theory. What is the cycle of an institution? In which stage, how you have to behave? How the leadership should be transformed? In that our institution, that's why T.S. Avanasi became JTR, he became the education minister. Later on, he became the best institution builder. He created so many leaders like Kulundasamy Anna, Kulundevel Anna, so many people in Ramakrishna boundary. Not only that, at the time, all these education leaders like GRD, TSA, all these great people were together in the social intelligence boundaries. That was harmonious. Wonderful. Okay. Now let us enter into a PPT. You have to, Jagdish, you have to enable me.
Sir?
I want to share my screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you can share it.
Thank you. Yeah. Dear friends, I request all of you to be with me consistently until I complete. Thank you very much. Now, my topic given to me by Dr. Jagadish is multiple intelligence in leadership. Now, I am going to share all the things what I have experienced. According to me, multiple intelligence means every teacher have different mental presentations. Presenting dimensions are different for each teacher. Not only that, what language I am talking to you, Dr. Jagdish may talk in a different language, or other principal, Dr. G. Subramanian can talk in a different language. The intellectual languages are different. So we are different in the ways in which we take information, how we are retaining information, assimilating information, manipulating information, demonstrating our understanding. All these things are different. So everybody can make use of the intelligence dimension to make them a better leader in the educational boundary. First, I want to divert your attention on this beautiful diagram. I am more interested in this diagram. I borrowed this from Harvard Business Review. A leadership in education, the central circle is depending upon the surrounding circles, what I am showing you now. A leader must be, no doubt, in today's 21st century, leader must be very creative. Because you are moving with high brains, Gen Z. So your creativity dimension and innovative dimension should be so high. For that, you have to innovate, you have to update, you have to, so many, you know very well how you have to be unique. So that creativity, if you want to enjoy, you should have any mental block, like fear of failure, or like fear of perfection, or you should not have some sort of, what I can say, fear of ambiguity. If 10 tasks are coming to your table, you enjoy that by giving beautiful priorities. For that, I always used to suggest a book to all the teachers, First Thing First, by Stephen Covey, one of the wonderful books. So we know how to give priority. If people want to really enjoy the dimensions of creativity, please go through a book by Pradeep N. Kandwala, the earlier director of Institute of Management. Name of the book is Fourth Eye. Fourth Eye is a book every teacher should read. So creativity is an important dimension of a leadership. And complex, multifaceted personality is very interesting. You take any leader, whether what I can say he is a educational leader or a business leader. You take J.R.D. Tata. When I was reading his obituary message on the day of death, just I was going through various newspapers. I always more interested to see the obituary messages. For J.R.D. Tata, a person has given 2-3 lines. It touched his skies and it smiled. He stretched out his arms. It encircled the globe. His vision made giants out of men and organizations. Watch the word. His vision made giants out of men. That should be the leadership. Leadership means you must be, J.R.D. Tata is a gentleman of substance, visionary industrialist, a remarkable, remembering visionary legend. He left a very good legacy to the institution. So multifaceted, that's what I'm telling. Multifaceted personality. A leader of teaching must, when he is leaving an institution, he has to leave some legacies that should be remembered in the future. That's what I told, complex, multifaceted personality. He must be a counselor, he must be a good coacher, he must be an excellent disseminator, he must be a wonderful communicator. So many. Multifaceted means not only knowing different knowledge dimensions, but the power of presenting to people, and what I can say, you must be a psychologist, you must be a good teacher, so many areas. Dear friends, that's why most of the leaders are very powerful. Dr. Kalam, he has mentioned in his autobiography, I want to make my last breath among the students. Watch the words. He wants to get remembered as a teacher, not as the President of India. He mentioned in a oratory, I must be honored. I will be honored if you remember me as a teacher, not as a President of India. To that extent, you have to have the core love towards your other multifaceted. T.S. Amanajalam Jettiar is a lawyer, is a politician, is a freedom fighter, he is a Gandhian, he is an education minister, he is a Tamil lover, so many things you can say. A teacher should be also like that. That's what I'm expecting from all my teachers. Next one is intelligence. That's what my entire discussion today. Intelligence, I will tell you in the later slides what are the types of intelligence so we have to go about. Without intelligence, the leadership is zero. Next one is unforced ability to inspire people. Positive influence towards people. Not only influence means I am not just talking about just the diplomacy that you have to maintain, not like that. Influence is possible. Yes, Vivekananda said, the man who has much ojas in the effective is the effective leader. You must be capable for the suitable essence of your vital fluid, for your health, for your vitality, for your longevity. You can really influence a person. Next, foresightedness, predictability. What will happen tomorrow? How I have to prepare my, why top leaders are still remembering their teachers? Only because with foresightedness they have prepared the students. That is the problem. Next one is insight into the peoples and situations. Insight into people and situations, you have to learn from every situation, everybody. It should be, you must be a shared leader. A leader must be a shared leader. That's an important thing. Then openness to experience. You must be very transparent, irrespective of the levels you have to learn. You must prepare for it, otherwise you are not a good leader. Leader has to listen from a very lowest person in the category. To that extent, you can take many examples. Those people have learned from very ordinary people. That's it, they are extraordinary. Don't forget this diagram in your life. All these points are very important. Next. These are all the multiple. I will come to later. These music types of intelligences, interpersonal intelligence, verbal intelligence, logical and mathematical intelligence, naturalistic intelligence. These are all you may be knowing already, still I want to highlight. Intrapersonal intelligence, visual intelligence, musical intelligence. These are all called multiple intelligence. I will discuss again, that's why I'm talking. These are all intelligence. Logical means nowadays, if you see, once upon a time, people talk so many things. Now we are talking about data science, data analytics, cloud computing, so many jargons in technology. Unless otherwise you have an art of mathematical articulation. You cannot learn things. To that extent, even to some extent, a teacher must have logical dynamics. Teacher must have the articulation of mathematics. Teacher must be verbally sound. That's what the Mahatma Gandhi was interviewed by a press reporter. You very simple man, you gently shake the world. What is the reason for it? He told, not only I communicated externally in my life, but I communicated internally. That's what he told. So the power of communication is very important. Spatial intelligence. You must sometimes some leaders in some areas must have the knowledge on spaces. Say, for example, surgeon is doing a surgery. To understand the effect of violence. Suppose a pilot is going above the sky, even he may have some micro parameters in his meter. Just by seeing a small space, if it is moving, you should understand how many kilometers he is moving away. The spatial intelligence is definitely for some leaders it is very important, particularly in the area of aviation, in the area of designing. Some wonderful designing excellence some people have means they have spatial intelligence, musical intelligence, even poetical intelligence used to get. J.R.D. Tata is a good poet. If you have a love for music, you will have love for creativity. If you really love music, your, what I can say, the association of thoughts for a teacher goes up. The author of this multiple intelligence, Howard Gardner. If go any book written by him, you will enjoy. Kinesthetic intelligence, energy, athletics, dances. Sometimes even a leader must have physical excellence in some areas that would be very much helpful to him in so many ways. Intrapersonal intelligence. Most of the teachers, they are refusing to travel inside them. Vivekananda used to say often, if you want to have the power of instinct, you must have more intrapersonal intelligence. You take the great philosophers like Plato and so many. They got excellent intrapersonal intelligence. Introspection is more, your intelligence level is more. Out of box thinking, Swami Vivekananda talks more about it. Not only a philosopher must be introspective, every teacher must be introspective. Leave this malnutrition side. Naturalistic intelligence. If you have more keen on nature, that your awareness on nature will make your mind more comfortable towards rationality and decision making. So all these intelligences, one way or other, is helpful in teaching profession. I will come to you later. See, the leadership excellence is decided by so many. I told you already. You must be a co-chair and you must enjoy the feedback from the people. Even I tell you, during my life as a teacher, I have listened to feedback of students liberally. Matured students. To close the door and ask them, don't appreciate, tell me the drawbacks or where I have to improve. So many students have given me wonderful feedback. It was very helpful to me in my life. Like that, and even a principal has to listen to the feedback of a teacher. Teacher has to listen to students, matured students. If they give feedback, definitely there will be meaning. Self-management, self-auditing. Self-assessment is very much needed for a leader. Decision-making skills. I don't know how many of you have read a book by name Blink. I've gone through the books, very interesting. Malcolm Gladwell has written so many books on decision-making. He used to talk about snap decision-making. If you store some good things, honest things in your subconscious boundary, definitely you will be surprised to know someday it will come out and support your decision-making ability. That's why so many people, even without having proper analysis or analytics, if they take a decision, that would be wonderful. Please believe me, most of the times I used to watch my Sharma, a very good decision maker. Sometimes if you take the decision, snap decision, costliest decision, you take just like that. That's really wonderful to me. How it comes, don't come in a day. You have to depend on your instinct, originality. Slowly you have your originality. A day will come. Next one is courage and risk. Courage is a skill for a team. Sometimes, courage is you have to go through one book by name Character by Samuel Smile, Self-Help by Samuel Smile. It is a free book available in the Google. You can go through that. I was so surprised to see his book Self-Help. As he mentioned a chapter called Courage. Go through that. In academies, you must have this courage. Sometimes if you want to move from comfort zone to risk zone, you need a courage. If a person, if you want to encounter with unknown people, unknown situation, unknown knowledge, you must have some courage. Relationship and power. Relationship is very important. Even an enemy must be distant front to you. You should not just like that handle relationships. According to me, relationship is a capital. You must know the art of renewing relationship. Even you are living with your wife, you cannot say the first week of your relationship is not after 5 years. If you have the capacity to renew the relationship, definitely your relationship will be more enriched. You must know that art actually, art of renewing the relationship. That's why people are enjoying with their spouses many number of years, with their bosses many number of years. Relationship power. Adilina relationship innovation and change I told already. Because you can see now the lots of product diversity, placement diversity, lots of job diversities, cultural diversities. Innovation only panna mudiyadhu. Daily in the market you are getting millions of products by millions of engineers. So you need innovation. Next one is planning and vision. Yep, a leader must be a visionary. Next. A teacher leadership pyramid is like this. A teacher must always expand his wisdom and knowledge. Otherwise, he cannot build his policy. Suppose new education policy has come in now. How many teachers are thorough with that? Unless otherwise you update the regulatory technology, you cannot expand your knowledge and build the policy. Even by the time every teacher must know what is an NEP. Dear friends, next point, the teacher must have the civilized quality network to the professional community. That otherwise you cannot be leader. Suppose I am a finance management teacher, I must have at least best 20 or 100 financial experts in my surrounding place. Whatever is possible by me. You must have always some update by the networks with your own functional area and other functional areas. Otherwise, your enrichment of knowledge will be low. Dear friends, Always a teacher must be action oriented, not activities oriented, but the result oriented. Next. This is the 21st century skills now. Learning skills, you need critical, all this national education policy talks about it. Creativity, collaboration, communication. Without collaboration, you cannot do anything. You must know how to collaborate with mind. Because everybody, see, I want to give a lecture on Internet of Things. Used to call a junior computer science teacher and ask him, what are the protocols there? I want to learn. You have to connect and collaborate with people. Not only this, even if you have a good product knowledge, design diversity, collaboration is important. Literacy skills, media knowledge, unless otherwise, accelerating path of technology is so high now. If you do not have a capacity of learning how to learn, you will miss technology. Technology speed is so high. Teacher has to watch and learn. Addition to the life skills. You must be flexible, adaptable to the system. I want to suggest a book. You please go through a book called Social Intelligence by Daniel Goleman. Social intelligence means if you are with positive brains, inspiring brains consistently, your plasticity of the brain, it goes up. Not only that, your brain constitution will be healthy. That's why the spiritual intelligence always is powerful. That we have to, so many spiritual people are very good decision makers because the social intelligence is so high. That's what I'm telling. Next. There are three types of workers, my dear friends. One worker is a power worker. Power worker means working early in the morning throughout the day. Workaholic person, as a power worker. Power worker means always workaholic. Evening, night, எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் work பண்ணுவோம். சில leader அப்படி இருப்பான், power workers. Some leaders would be networkers. Networker means valuable persons you have in the net. And even I was listening to one of the writings of Ankit Padia. He has written so many books on social networking. He is supporting lots of apps. And he is talking very well how he networked when he attended the World Economic Forum, how his networking capability later helped him in his entrepreneurial ventures, so many things. And a friend of the Solver used to tell me, what you know is not important, Muthuswamy. To whom you know is important. That networking capability is an art, I tell you. That's an art. Third one is value worker. Value worker means a person who will do little, but the impact will be very high. They're like a crowbar moving a very big stone. If you use it by using a crowbar, you are moving a big stone. By your application of energy is less, but your capacity of moving is very high. That's called value worker. Say, for example, assume a chessboard. Sometimes one movement of a coin in a chessboard will create a very big complexity in the board. A leader should be like this. Sometimes a leader must be a value worker. When you talk something, that should be proverbial. When you talk something, that must have the maximum influence on a student. Otherwise, you cannot be a value worker. Sometimes you can ask a question, but sometimes the teacher must be a power worker. Even you can have all the three proportionately. Nothing wrong, depending on situation. Suppose you are launching a project in the institution, you must be a power worker. You are doing an international conference, you must be a networker. You are designing some wonderful policy of the quality policy of so many institutions. You must be a value worker. These three proportionately must be embedded in a leader of a teaching. That's what my experience goes. Dear friends, depending on the situation and the task, you mix these three types of workers proportionately. Next. Here I am coming to the types. One is behavioral intelligence. Most of the people nowadays in the competency mapping, if you see the character and behavior is added. Once upon a time, you see the components of competency mapping. You can see knowledge, skill, and attitude. Now they have added character, behavior also. Because the character is important for a leader, academic leader. Because you are setting the role model exhibits to students. Cognitive intelligence is very important. That is why cognitive science is given priority in so many developed countries, developed universities. Even cognitive computing has come now. Quantum computing, cognitive computing, all these things have come now. Without having a cognitive intelligence, you cannot do artificial intelligence. You cannot teach artificial intelligence. Take emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, there are two types of emotions. One is constructive emotion and one is destructive emotion. If you are having constructive emotion, your surroundings will be positive. Some people always they enjoy negative emotion. Negative emotion is not productive. If you are able, that's why Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman is popular book today. Suppose you are working in a complex, you are a nurse in a surgical or a psychiatric nursing, you have to move with lots of mental illness patients. You must know how to harness an emotion. Suppose you are a counselor of 100 students. Unless or else you harness your emotion beautifully, wonderfully, you cannot be successful with the students. The students, you must highly mature, highly balanced of emotions to be there for you. Otherwise, you cannot be a good teacher and a leader. Spiritual intelligence, very interesting, I tell you. Most of the spiritual dimensions, if you have internal wealth or inner wealth, you will have more. Normally, recently I used to listen to lots of spiritual speeches from Ramakrishna Mission Vidyalaya. So many people, so many. Lots of monks, they are talking beautifully, wonderfully, because their introspection is so high. A teacher has to listen to the audio cassettes of the spiritual teachers. You will have spiritual quotient high. Please believe me. Any spiritual teacher, I tell you, their inner dimensions are so intense. Recently, I listened to one monk from Akshardham, New Delhi. I was so astonished actually. Their, what I can say, the collective wisdom they have, the intents of information they have. So we have to listen to that. Next, mathematical intelligence or logical intelligence nowadays is very much needed because you have to enjoy the data science, the clouding, so many things are there now. Yes. Next is spatial intelligence, visual intelligence. Some people, if you what I can say, depending on the nature of work, if you have this spatial intelligence high, you will be a very good, what I can say, a game designer, or what I can say, you are some sort of interface designer. In so many areas. If a teacher wants to teach some sort of design excellence or design thinking to a student, they must be aware of spatial intelligence, bodily intelligence, body languages, very important. Non-verbal intelligence is so high. You should have musical intelligence. Normally, a teacher must love music. A leader should love music because music has a capacity to create a tranquility in your mind. You listen to an excellent Carnatic music or some sort of music you love, you will immediately within a short time, you will get a new energy. That's why all the religions are giving priority for musical intelligence, social intelligence, interpersonal intelligence. Moving with people nowadays is a very big issue. Because of so many reasons, interpersonal dynamics is very much needed nowadays for the people. Otherwise, they will be total failure. Interpersonal relations mean at least you must know basic psychology. You must know what is the perception, what is the behavior. Otherwise, you cannot enjoy the new dimensions of a mental health. That's very important. People should know what is an emotion, what is a perception, how you have to perceive, how you have to think. Even in some colleges, I have seen the orientation session, they're teaching how to think. Systems thinking, convergent thinking, divergent thinking, lateral thinking. All these thinking patterns they are teaching to students. Yeah, students should be aware of how to think. Dear friends, I tell you why I am telling this. Most of the problems are happening because of sudden perceptions and judgments. That's why interpersonal dynamics is affected. If a person has good emotional management, emotional literacy, good perceptivity, wonderful thinking patterns, he will be very successful. That's why when I was attending a thesis in Layala, the principal of Layala College was giving a lecture at the time. He has mentioned a sentence, very important sentence. He told for any successful educational institution, 3 infrastructures are very important. One is physical infrastructure. Second one is intellectual infrastructure, that is databases, software, HR, human resources, the availability of the knowledge, whatever you call it. Intellectual infrastructure. Third one is very important, emotional infrastructure. When emotional infrastructure is not good in an institution, whatever resources you have is a waste. Acceptance, adaptability, learning how to learn. See, all these things are so important. Emotional, unless you have a good attitude. See, the HR important thing is that people have started measuring attitude. It's very important intangible investment for an institution. Interpersonal intelligence, social intelligence. We are all wired together. Good emotion is a vitamin and bad emotion is a poison. When I am talking to a person, both of us are interlocked. Like virus, our emotions are interchanged. If you are in a crowd, that's why temples have been erected earlier. We are misusing that. Why lots of temples here, churches here, so many things are the forefathers they have built only to develop the social intelligence dimension. That we mistook it and we created a religious ambiguity. That's not that. You have to make use of the opportunity of the leaders. Social intelligence is very, very important. Intrapersonal intelligence. Introspecting yours, most of the people are knowing very much about the external people, external things. They're forgetting to know their own self. Even after a long time, I understood the importance of it. Dear, when I was the principal of the college, please believe me, morning hours, if you sit for an half an hour in a vertical thinking, you can call it as a meditation or concentration or whatever language you put. If you focused concentration or meditation in the morning hours, just 30 minutes what you're doing, that will create the entire day's decision-making ability. Please believe me. That's why it's insisted by so many philosophers. That's very important. Intelligence. So many intelligence teachers may be knowing already. Still, I want to represent it in my own words. That I want to elaborate this intelligence. Next, we are coming. Behavioral intelligence means sometimes the intuition in us. When the complicated environments, intuition within you will come and support you. For that, you must have some sort of entering inside you. I told you already, inner communication is very important. Imagination. A quality imagination is always very good for creative people who are in the environment of designing products or designing so many diversity related things. Imagination is important. Because to make judgments, your behavioral intelligence is important. Most of the times, judgments created problems, quick judgment. So, my dear friends, if you want to behave a situation very properly, in a problematic crowd, or people with abnormal psychologies, where the only thing which supports is your behavioral intelligence. You must know more on psychologically, how to perceive, how to understand. That is why Nani Palkiwala, the advisor of Tata Guru, he used to say, education is enlightenment of understanding and enrichment of character. Enlightenment of understanding, you should have behavioral intelligence. Attitude change. You must behavioral modification. Knowledge on behavioral modification is very important for a teacher leader. Otherwise, you cannot create more leaders here. Next one is imagine possibility. That means if you want to, again it is the power of imagination. Micro skills of behavior, body languages, all this. Make decisions and modify behavior. Often we have to watch our emotions. Most of the times we have mission for our industry, mission for our college, but you should have mission for your personality, mission for your behavior. If something is wrong with you, you must know how to correct it. For that you need some sort of analysis on you. Next one, the emotion. I told you so many times, felt emotion, displayed emotion. When you are coming to classroom, assure all these 50 people who are sitting in front of you going to be leaders. Your job is creating leaders. When I'm now, if I have so many problems in the mind, I must know the capacity to display my emotion to the environment favorably. That is the power of now. Eckhart Tolle has written a book, Power of Now. If a person is capable to enjoy the present environment or the existence, the power of now, he is a good teacher. That's what I told you, felt emotion and displayed emotion. Displayed emotion is an emotion very much needed for a teacher. You must, suppose you are counseling to your student, you have already lots of problems in the mind. You should have the capacity to forget that and display a new emotion towards him, favorably for the counseling purpose. Respond to others in appropriate ways. Far-reaching impact on judgment, self-awareness, self-regulation, all these things only possible if you know the capacity of your emotion. Spiritual intelligence and leadership. I talked to you, still I want to tell you, balancing ethics and efficiency is good for a teacher. Assume a 2x2 matrix. If you see the crowd of the teachers, some teachers will have high ethics and high efficiency. Some teachers will have high ethics with low efficiency. They will be ethical, moral. Moral dimensions will be very good. And output or efficiency will be low. Some people have low ethics, but highly efficient. Efficient people, they are lacking moral ethics. There is a type of teacher. Some teachers may be eligible to ethics and low efficiency. Here, if a teacher having very good efficiency with low ethics, he gets a good spiritual training and teaching. There the institution has moral culture. You have to invest money in that. I tell you, my dear friends, if you want to be a good leader in education, you have to invest money in your personal development. Professional development. Without knowing who is a professional, you cannot be a successful teacher. That should be there. So that's why I told balancing ethics and efficiency. That should go together. That's very good for a teacher. Belief in human conduct. You must have the capacity to change the conduct of the student. Apply your universal principles and keep them in order. Definitely will be successful. That's why I told spiritual quotient, intelligent quotient, emotional quotient. Without these three, you will be barren. These three are important investment for a teacher leader. Next, power of communication. Most of the people are very shy. I tell you, I have read recently Imagining India by Nandan Nilekani. I have gone through the book, and even Chattenberg's book, some books I have gone through. What Young India Wants, and so many books. Everybody is telling 70% of the employment are possible for the students only because of power of communication, power of conversing. That is the major dominating trait needed by the students. Communicating means not talking beautiful English. Employability of the words, the right reporting system, the power of words. If you have the capacity, if you prepare the students to prepare that, you will be a successful leader. Involves branding. Branding is important. What you are doing good, it should be branded. The modern technology. Unless always you brand your own institution, you are not a good leader. Dear friends, I tell you, recently 2 articles I have read. One article, Harvard University. Emotion increases performance. An article for a leader, a day if a leader comes with a good emotion, the entire productivity of the institution will change. That is the capacity of emotion and leadership. Please believe me. To that extent, emotional literacy is nowadays taught very much in the knowledge account. So branding is very important. You have to brand positive things of you and your institution, skilled with words outside. Playing word games. Word games again, the power of words. Listening to recording. Listen to lots of learning. Understand the power of styles of learning of the student, whether visual or auditory or whatever it is. Fit it according to his interest. Loud discussions, quality debate, quality discussions that will enrich your wisdom and knowledge. That's T.S. Eliot solvar, 3 sentence beautiful. Where is the life you lost in living? Where is the wisdom you lost in the knowledge? Where is the knowledge you lost in information? All the informative people are not knowledgeable. All the knowledgeable people need not carry wisdom. All the people who are living need not live their life. That means you must know how to manage your state of mind to make the environment very inspiring. Loud discussion. Make rhythms, logics, manipulate the knowledge with productivity. படித்துக்கொண்டே இருப்பவன் சிந்தனையாளன் ஆக முடியாது. தமிழறி மணி சொல்றார். படிச்சுட்டே இரு. Going on reading. Reading alone won't make you enrich. You have to think, stop the reading and think. Manipulate, assimilate. Knowledge must give the output. Next, you can create intellectual intoxication. See, a teacher is a powerful, I tell you, the storage battery of knowledge. He can intoxicate the student with intellectual wisdom. It is in his hands. The only thing is you should know the art of influence, positive influence. Once you give a chance for him to enter into the wisdom, he will be a powerful, will create a powerful impact. I want to suggest a book here. Please go through a book, Unlimited Power by Anthony Robbins. Recently, I have read the book. Long back, I have repeatedly, I'm reading the book. Something about NLP techniques. Everything is available in our Tamil literature. That's different. But still, I tell you, Unlimited Power is a very good book. Irenaeus Jones by Viney Dyer is a very good book. A student is having some personality drawbacks. Go through the book, Irenaeus Jones. You'll understand how we have to correct yourself. Next one, computing has become the order of the day. In book, recently one book by Microsoft chief, Nadella. Name of the book is Hit and Refresh. The book he says, a day will come, even the human intelligence, computing intelligence may surpass the human intelligence. To that extent, there is a man-machine competition has come in now. So you should have logical and mathematical. Otherwise, understanding the current concepts will be very difficult for us. Systematic numerical ability, inculcate interest in mathematics to students. See, Dr. Kalam, whenever he used to go to engineering students, he used to suggest 2-3 books for engineering people. One book is Code Name God. That is the book he suggests. I purchased the book and I have gone through 1 or 2 times deeply. The book is about a laser technologist. He's telling the entire book you go through. One fellow, he was crawling in the mud of Calcutta. That fellow, after some education, he went to United States and created a very big impact in laser technology area. That is the history of the book. Dr. Kalam, why he mentioned this book, I gone through the book, I found out what he says is, if we have the capacity to link spirituality and technical knowledge, spirituality and intellectuality together, your rate of growth will be very high. That's what he says. The entire book talks about the transformative influence of a leader. ரொம்ப முக்கியம். அதே மாதிரி இன்னொரு புக் படிச்சேன், ஹில்லாரி கிளின்டன் லீடர்ஷிப். Then madam said, a leader வந்து entire book-ஓட சாராம்சம் என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, it is the power of resilience decides a good leader. An academic leader must have the power of resilience. That's what Sugabodhananda in his talks used to say. Conflict should not create conflict. You have to create harmony in conflict. That's Sugabodhananda in his lectures used to say. That word I love actually. Creating conflict in conflict is bad. You have to create harmony in conflict. That's what he's telling. Celebrating the difference is an art that is needed for an academic leadership. But dear friends, sequencing approach, the logical approach, even a day should be scheduled properly. Unless otherwise you schedule, nothing will be productive in you. If you watch the capacity of a person, you please watch his schedule. From morning to evening, what he is doing. Morning, he will have his own schedule. 5 to 6 walking, 6 to 7 meditation, this, that. If you schedule and adapt your life will be something productive. Like that, your logic is not only for life, for the learning also. You must have the capacity to recognize patterns. I read a book, Systems Thinking, very good book, I tell you. How to converge an information, how to diverge an information. How a subsystem is influencing a system in thinking. Every engineering student must go through systems thinking. Research analysis, very, very important for today's life. Without research, you cannot move in today's world, because the cross-border education is teaching more importance than research. Skilled with puzzles, mind map, what I can say, you are preparing your mind, puzzles and these things, reasoning ability, questioning ability. Dr. Kalam Nanjulu always the question develops a questioning culture. The science born out of question, Radha Palamud word. That's Kalam's word. Science born out of question. The questioning ability you have to develop among the students. Leader must have the ability, all these things I have taught you. Only one point I want to tell you, the ability to encounter with unknown. Unknown, I told you, unknown people, unknown situation, unknown knowledge, your wisdom will be expanded. So I want to tell this. Then more watching productive videos, always nowadays it gives lots of, because lots of people are talking on lots of topics today. Direct the students to proper videos to watch. Here lots of productive conversations and discussions are coming nowadays. Even while I'm going morning work, I won't see the politician or a spiritualist. I used to see, I want, as a teacher, I want to learn the associative thinking. You listen to some, even there are some very good orators in politics like Vaigopal Sandhi or whoever you call. Even Vajpayee is a very good orator, and his political intelligence is so high. If you go to the cassettes of those people, some spiritual leaders, when you are walking, I'll be enjoying that. Unconsciously, your association of thoughts will go high. You have to teach the students that. Then bodily intelligence. Physical coordination is important. I used to ask 2-3 questions to teachers. Dear teacher, do you have sufficient capacity to carry out your job throughout the day? Sufficient energy to carry out your job throughout the day. That way, I respect the Swami Vivekananda. Always used to talk very much on mind and body. Body is zero, mind is zero. The dexterity is important for a teacher. Constructing physical examples like hands-on approach and all these things, if you want to learn, you must have kinesthetic intelligence. Otherwise, it is very difficult. If you want to make a role play to teach something, the gamification in the teaching, you must have kinesthetic intelligence. Fonts of what I can say, you may find hard to sit still for a long time. You find hard to sit still for a long time. Some people, they will feel difficult to sit in a place for a long time. Even sitting, learning to sit silently for some time is a productive to you. That's why Shakespeare used to say, silence sometimes the unbearable repartee. That's why stillness that speaks by Eckhart Tolle book is there. Stillness that speaks talks very much by Swami Vivekananda. Wonderful teacher, I tell you. If you go to his inner depth of his knowledge of Vivekananda, you will be the person to really reap the benefits of educational leadership. Next, musical intelligence, I told you already. Be imaginative, be fantasizing, be an associate thinker. Fluency and flexibility in the knowledge expansion. Even you must be sensitive sounds, artistic and natural. These things are potential assets for a teacher. You must love teacher. You must love nature. Natural intelligence is very powerful, I tell you. It will give what I can say, some sort of rationality in your mind. It's very powerful. I told you already, still one or two points I want to touch you. Skills of social understanding or mass psychology is a powerful weapon, I tell you. Even Hitler may be a negative influencer, father of fascism, but his capacity of verbal excellence make lakhs of people to commit suicide. In principle, social understanding has got that both positive and negative. He knows how to create negative influence, so made the people to suicide bombs. Like that. If you want to play a team, you must be a good team player, means you must have good social intelligence, otherwise you cannot create the team consistently. That's what I want to tell you. Be a good organizer, be a good listener. Intrapersonal, repeatedly I'm telling, self-reflection. Deep thinking. Remember, wonderful thing actually, in a day, keep silence, make your meditation inspiringly, you will be definitely productive. I don't want to talk more than this in this slide. Please do it. Because recently I read a book, Power of Execution by, I think his name I forgot, a very powerful book actually. Recently he came to Isha Yoga also. The Power of Execution is a book talk. So many people know so many things, but we are not executing. If you have the power of implementation, what you know, that is sufficient. What I'm talking to you, everything you know. Naturalistic intelligence, I told you.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, you can proceed.
I think we have lost connection of the resource person.
Okay.
Okay. He might join. Okay, meantime, there are some clarifications regarding the feedback link. Yes, it is the same feedback link. Yes, sir has been, he is connected. Sir, please continue, sir. Sir, you are on mute, sir.
Jagdish?
Sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why it is stable? Okay. Please listen. A professional practices for executing multiple intelligence goes like this. You must know how to find out. Is it audible?
It is, sir. It is,
audible.
It is, sir. Please continue.
Create the ability to work unsupervised and the habit development students. They must self-regulate. They should work without supervision. A teacher has to create, then only he will become a leader. To understand the integrity and practice, most of the people, they are lacking in understanding the integrity. The great poisonous character of the future workplace. That's to be definitely kept in mind. The slide is not moving in.
So, but the slides are visible here, sir.
Visible, why it is not moving?
Okay. So just you can kindly close it and you can reopen it again, sir. But your cursor is moving. We can see your cursor moving. Sir.
Yes, okay. Is it visible? Okay.
Yes. Sir.
I will close it. So these points are very, very important. And second thing, teaching acceptable workplace behavior. That's okay. See, a teacher, a leader has to first accept the workplace behavior. There may be some flaws and negatives. Unless you accept the workplace behavior, you cannot be a leader and create leader. To make both success and failure with the same equanimity, every leader should know that you are beyond success and failure. You must know how to enjoy success of failure and failure of success. To develop a self-confidence, yes. Extremely high pressure situations, the best emotion of a leader must be to express control. Most of the people, we are missing that. Unless we have tolerance and control, carrying with the crowd, we may find difficult. Art of listening to feedback. Proactiveness is a wonderful attitude of a leader. And next one is, everybody has power. Power is to be generated within. No one gives you the power. Sometimes, when a situation comes, you are powerful. When you find a snake, you are getting energy and running. Because you're taking the power within you. Like that, also, in mind also, you know how to generate the power. You should know it. Then participate in bodies and interest groups. Professional will have to make their skills productive. The best leader, according to me, is one who takes positives from his colleagues and subordinates. As you are a best leader. Leader encourages opinion. Sometimes opinion may be from a very ordinary person. You take a suitcase. Under the suitcase, the two wheels, they kept a wheel under the suitcase. That wheel was suggested by an ordinary employee in an organization, manufacturing VH suitcase. They recognize the opinion of an ordinary employee by keeping a wheel in a suitcase. Immediately the productivity has come up. Sometimes, you have to encourage the opinions. That's why in China and all, if you see, there is one project called Spark. Anybody can suggest anything else for the development of the country. That is taken very seriously. A country manager may be sitting in Hong Kong. He will listen to the opinions of the people irrespective of the level that is quantified and implemented. Leader will have organized disagreement. See, if you have a disagreement, you should know how to enjoy that and close it peacefully. That is professionalism. Disagreement alone can provide alternates. You cannot say that, sir, argue பண்ணாம இருக்க முடியாது. Debate பண்ணாம இருக்க முடியாது. That is why during a project in IIM, I have done a project among the faculty. The conclusion of my project, the one factor which was successful for the development of Indians of management is quality debates and consensus building among the faculty. That's what I have found out from them. I'm talking when I was doing that, I don't know about now. When you make the quality debates among you, the faculty meetings, and you know how to consensus the entire process, you are successful leader. Leader will have the power of resilience, I told you. Leader converts intelligence and imagination to result. Keeping so many things in the mind without executing to produce results is not good. Okay. According to me, effectiveness is a habit of complex practices. Leader believes in scheduling, told you. Deep-seated drive. That's mukkiyam. Always you must have high drive among the people who are working. The keeping high drive will take the crowd with high drive. Positive begets positive, negative begets negative. Adhe mari, you should not be possessive in keeping everything on your table. You must know how to delegate with the discipline. That is why in the Road Less Traveled book written by a psychiatrist, he talked about this. Disciplined delegation. That makes a person, leader more comfortable. Dynamic delivery. Your words must be more measured. Your delivery should be so dynamic that should produce results. Next. There are so many leaders, I told you, autocratic leader, democratic, free reign, charismatic, transformative, so many. But according to me, a situational leader is more successful, plus participative leader. This is my experience. Exercise political power to be people together. That means what? 10% you must know the power of politics in the organization. I am talking in the positive sense. Games people play, Eric Band. Playing games it has become part of the administration. That is why there's a subject organizational politics and management. Development of practical wisdom in others through mentoring. Curiosity to practical orientation. Power of communication, I told you. Documentation is very important. A good leader will document good things. Managing diversity, ethics, culture, and change. All these things are important for a leader. Academic leadership, I want to go quickly. Leadership is teaching. I want to close it within 2 minutes. Leadership research. You must have fair management, efficient management. Managerial capability is important. Shared leadership is very important. Great number of individuals in leadership you have to create. You should not create one possessive leader segment to you. Surrounding you, lots of leaders should work on behalf of you. Leaders and followers are seen as interchangeable. Other shared leadership. Leadership in higher education is not based on position or authority. It is based on charisma. Multiple expertise and perspectives are capitalized for problem solving, innovation, and change. Gather the positives from the brain. Collaborate, interact. That's leadership. Cross-functional team set to address issues. Future will be interdisciplinary and cross-functional. So you must have magnanimity for cross-functional, cross-border knowledge. Expectation of students from the leaders. This is a research study. Foresightedness, a leader must be effective community. You must know how to create effective community. You must be involved. You must have consistent energy, not soda bottle energy. A leader, nalla teacher, you must have high expectations, recognition of results. You must be a permanent individual, not emotional and temporary. Consistent individualism. Organized dynamic person. Organizational dynamic. Supporting differences. Achievement. Initiative behavior. Attention seeking. Cooperative. So many things. Swami Vivekananda leaders, he told, the man who has much ojas is effective. He gives a tremendous power of attraction. Ojas is the suitable essence of viral fluid for health, vitality, strength, longevity, immunity, emotional well-being, and physical growth. What he says is, without foundation, you cannot do anything. You must have a very strong foundation for the physical excellence and mental excellence should go together. Thank you very much for listening. This is what I wanted to share with you today. And any type of questions is always welcome from the crowd. I will be very happy if you question me. Are you there or People are there, Jay?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes. Sir. Participants kindly can interact. You can ask questions. He is very always welcoming to share his views.
Yes,
How the
tired, I think.
teacher, how the teacher become dynamic? How the teacher become dynamic?
So how a teacher can become dynamic?
Ah,
A teacher will become dynamic because of three important things. One is he should interact more, he should do more activities, he should have more sentiments on the teaching process. I want to repeat: interaction, activity, sentiment. These three put together will create dynamics in you. That should be there always. Always you should interact, you have to activate, and you have to have some sort of bondage with the system members. Otherwise, you cannot be dynamic. Unless otherwise you are knowledgeable and wisdom oriented, you cannot be confident with the crowd. So create dynamism, we should update ourselves. That's very important. You have to adapt with the changing environment, otherwise you cannot be dynamic. Above all, you must have strong passion towards your process. The passion, anything if you do willingly, you will not have stress. You will be always dynamic. If you think all these things, definitely there will be possibilities for consistent dynamics in you. Next question.
I think Ms. Shiva Anushya has raised hands and ask.
Yes.
Sir, may I?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Please.
Sir, actually, for the higher education students, I mean senior secondary students, activity-based education also, they're not too much keen or interest or take interest into such activities. So especially it happens with the language parts, language subject. So how can we motivate them through different activities? Can you please suggest like what activities can be performed regarding the language subjects?
Okay, it's a good question. That is a challenge of today's teacher, because now the possibilities of divergence are more for the students because of so many things. You know very well better than me. The only challenge for the teacher today is managing diversity of mind. Divergence will be more, so we have to keep them concentrated. For that, only one thing you have to do with the students is first we have to make one-to-one discussion with them and talk positives about them. And if you improve the following one or two things, you will be a very potential person. You encourage them and make them to have some small successes and recall the success with them and make them definitely productive. That's what Swami Amardamandamai recently has talked about it. The small successes, if you recall and reinforce them, the students will be so dynamic. And we have to connect them to confidence. Otherwise, that's why most of the people are they find very difficult in learning language and mathematics, because to some level only we have to put more efforts as a teacher. After that, they will take care of themselves. For that only skill what a teacher should have is you must know how to influence. Influencing has a very big book, I tell you. Influencing is a very big book that skill we should have. That's one important component for a coach or a counselor. So for that, first we have to understand the personality types of the students, their goal, where they want to go. All these things should be reminded collectively to them. And we have to be more parental, and you have to make them to move. That is a great task, I know, but it's possible for you. See, I have one case today I want to tell you. There was some student with me who never listened to anything. Not only that, he is not interested at all. One day I catch him one-to-one I have 5, 6 things I told about his positives and listed out so many. He's a North Indian student. He is with me. I don't know what happened to him. After 1 or 2 times after my bondage, that fellow started asking, you tell me, sir, whatever you do, I will follow. I told him, you have morning, you have to walk for 5 to 6. You have to spend half an hour daily to improve your handwriting. You have to bring me at least 10 good words in English. Whatever I have done to him, he followed it sincerely. You won't believe after some time I could see lots of transformation in the student because he accepted me. See, making a student accept with the teacher is a great exercise for a teacher. I know the difficulty of the teacher, but there only our accountability lies. The question itself, the way in which you are asking the question itself shows that you are more interested to change the student towards positive. I know that sincere teacher can only ask this question. So I have confidence on you. You can make the student to move because the AD students are different from today's students. I told you again, because of so many things have diversities. So we have to keep them focused. That needs a good effort by the teacher. That's what I can say.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dear friends, any questions?
Sir, may I ask one more? Is there anyone ready, sir, apart from me? Please go ahead with them. There's no problem. Or else I can put forth my question.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
Yeah. Sir, actually, I find in the present generation student, they are more inclined towards politics. They think that, I mean, being into any sort of associated with any sort of political background, that is leadership. They truly mean it, sir, and at times they go ahead. So in that situation, how we can handle the students, sir?
So if your student has some political influence, that's what you're telling. I
Yes,
agree
sir.
with you. Even in when I was teaching leadership, I had a bad experience. I asked which leader influences you. I asked the students, you can take any leader, maybe political or spiritual or whoever it may be. I want our leader to influence you. Please tell me. This is a question raised by me. One student told, oh, everybody told something. One student told Mother Teresa, Indira Gandhi, this, that. One student told Sandalwood Veerappan was the best leader influencing me. Sandalwood Veerappan. He was living in, you know, the history of Veerappan. He was living in the forest. Sandalwood smuggler and so many. Why you are telling? I'm not mistaking for having mentioned the name of Sandalwood smuggler Veerappan. But I want to know what personality traits of Veerappan made you to influence. That's what I asked him. He told, see, managing the strong political leaders outside and managing so many thieves inside the forest and so many negative things he was able to manage the unmanageable. So I wanted to mention him as a good leader to influence me. The point underlined by the student was managing the unmanageable. That means the answer to your question is some political things influence this fellow. Even my son, when he was doing his plus two, asked me, Papa, you tell me whether I have to be good or bad. Because being too good in this society may lead me to bad things, I feel so. That's why I'm asking this question. A good student is asking question. My own son asked this question because of the external influences. He was attracted with the political boundaries. That's why he is behaving like that. Not only with the student, many students have come into play now. That is the challenge of teachers now. So we have to first, instead of rejecting the student, instead of refusing his opinion, first you please listen to him. What are the possibilities? What are the positives you are telling about the political things? I'm not saying you are wrong. You please tell me what factors influenced you. You have to listen to him first. You have to gather the knowledge from the boy. what are the influencing factors. Then your counseling process would start very slowly and enter into the heart of the student and change him. That needs change management. Because this is an exercise that for every teacher, I tell you, there are students like that. Lots of students, they are not interested in the process. That is keeping them within the boundaries is a big challenge. For that, we have to put lots of effort, no doubt about it. Have I answered your question, madam?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, it's quite clear, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Sir, actually, I want to ask something that leadership is actually a inborn quality, or being a leader, if you want to be a leader. So inborn quality helps, or it is the skill development, or it is your practice which helps actually to be a good leader.
Oh, you are asking leaders are born or made? That's the question. That's what you are asking. Students are born or made? That's
Yes,
what
yes.
you are asking.
Yeah.
Many spiritual leaders, they used to say students are born. But according to me, now lots of books have come, managing mind, changing minds, to a book recently I have read. Lots of science have come in. Now, even if you are genetically constituted for leadership, even according to me, this is my opinion, yeah, even by practice, everything is a practice. By practice, you can enhance the leadership. I cannot say that you are, since already you have genetically constituted, your level of leadership stands still, not like that. According to me, everything is possible because of the practice and involvement, and because of what I can say, your inner wisdom. There are possibilities a leader can need not be born alone. Otherwise, you cannot see such a development in the lots of all Indians, most of the leaders, they're occupying the top positions in America. If you see their life history, their later stages, you take Sam Petrado or so many big authorities like Nadalla or whatever it may be. Their earlier histories are not that much impressive, but only because of their, what I can say, the capacity of learning from experience, situation, people, they were able to develop their leadership excellence. That's what I feel. The example I tell you, Ford company, once there was a big loss of $4,500 million per day. They don't know what to do. 2.5 lakh people are working there. They don't know what to do. Finally, what happened? Negative cash flows were taking place. Only one fellow is entering inside a leader by name Lee Iacocca. That fellow, he came and studied the environment and applied his strategies. Within 6 months, he made the entire system positive. His 2.5 lakh people are sitting there, but a single leader is creating an influence. If you see the history of Iacocca, mostly he's not the born leader, he is a made leader. You see the history of him deeply. That's what I want.
Sir, if you will go back to Indian history or ancient India, we have seen our sages are so knowledgeous, but why they were actually believing in king and their son will become the king? Why they are actually believing in that patriarch system? Even if they are very knowledgeous, they are full of wisdom. Our sages were full of wisdom.
Yes. They're full of wisdom, yes. What's the question?
My question is why all these sages were even believe that king's son will be the king.
Jagdish, can you repeat the question?
Mr. Moganty,
My question
even we could not hear get the question properly. Can you just
Actually,
reframe the sentence?
Question is, yes, sir. Actually, my question is, even if we have a very great ancient history of India, even if we have a very sages full of wisdoms, but they are actually believing in that the king's son will become king. That means, uh, as you were telling, that is genetically. Leadership is within genetics. So can you explain that even if our sages full of wisdom, why they are believing in that system?
Okay, okay. What I have understood from your question, in spite of having lots of accumulation of wisdom, why they want only that, what I can say, they want to be sages consistently. That's what you're asking.
Sir, he is asking why the sages are not made as rulers, only why the kings are holding the position as leaders. And the hierarchy goes on with his sons. Why not any power is being vested over the sages?
They're not encouraged in hierarchy. That's what you're telling. That is not a. See, still I am not clear with the question. The sages, in spite of their wisdom, they are keeping their positions as they are. That's what you're asking. They're not giving liberty to the, what I can say, distribution of positions to the crowd. That's what your question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, that is the case in case of olden days. Now we are in the democratic system. The system has changed.
See, I tell you, the answer to your question is
King rule. So the family rule continuously. Now, after the independence and the democracy, we are choosing the leader. I think the concept has changed now, from my understanding.
So that is possessiveness. What I mean
That
to
is
say
absolutely the concept has been changed.
that possessiveness.
But my point is,
we have to take
we tell ourselves that most civilized in the ancient. Why all these practices were going on? I am surprised.
That's okay. Free system we may find good and bad, but we have to take the positives only from them. And if a result-oriented people are there in that category, we have to take them as a benchmark. Otherwise, we have to have our own dish. Any other questions?
Sir, I hope so. All mothers are good leaders.
All
mothers.
Mothers are good leaders. Most probably, yes. I am not undermining women, and because the way in which their entire biological system, their capacity of tolerance, the way in which they are bringing children, and mostly, it may not be universal statement that women are only capable leaders, but according to me, there are some very successful leaders among women with honesty and ethics, no doubt about it. That is why even political leaders, if you take Tapani and all, they used to say there must be priority for women leadership in the country and etc. So that is the confidence on the women segment. We have to appreciate that. We don't know after having given the opportunities for women how it will be, but most probably we have to believe in that because our family system has created some good dimensions in the women leaders, no doubt about it. Because their responsibilities and accountabilities will be more useful to society. But they have to prepare themselves to suit the situations and environment. Just ethics and moral values alone cannot carry the entire system, but they have to prepare themselves to, even I can say, managing unmanageable.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, I agree with your thoughts, sir. Because we brought up in the culture where Mada, Pida, Guru, Devam. So first Mata, after that Pida, Guru, and God. So each and every stage it's a learning. It's a part of learning. I believe that learning makes the man perfect in each and everything, situations, step by step we are learning. Each and every day, every minute is a learning. That itself can give the wide experience of becoming a good leader in case of future. Sir.
That's true. That's what you think you become. Yes.
There are no more questions. Shall we wind up the session?
Sir, how to inspire students?
Yeah.
Inspiring students nowadays is very difficult for us because lot of disturbance.
Yeah. Inspiring students, first you need more time to spend because now the teacher-student ratio is so high. That's why nowadays people find difficult to influence and inspire students. Even there are, if you take some time and keeping students one-to-one and spend some time talking to them and pointing out some good things, slowly you can inject certain things to him or her. But here the problem is the teacher has to consume a lot of time to focus on the student for inspiration. Otherwise, you have to give some mass influence by giving some excellent, wonderful, extraordinary public talks or influencing talks in some moral values, and slowly you have to change that. That needs a consistent effort. That needs you have to figure out what type of style of listening or learning he likes. Suppose if he is very good in visual learning, if we go on insisting or compel in auditory learning, it might not inspire him or influence him. But what taste the student carries to internalize, that you have to find out. For that, that's why nowadays blended learning model, student-centric learning and all is very much insisted in the learning and teaching system. So that needs a preparedness of the teacher, proactiveness of the teacher to challenge that. I won't say it is not possible, but it consumes a lot of time because of the teacher-student relation. That's what I can say. That's what I told Dr. Kalam and he addressed the principals of Delhi. We told we need an integrated influence of students. For that, you need the support of the team building of teachers to make the influence. For that, it needs a collective wisdom and influence. An individual means it takes a lot of time.
Sir, we are running out of time, sir. Shall we wind up, sir?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your again a very good session, sir. I've been listening for you. I mean, from you for many years, and hope I'll do this again. And hope the session was good for the participants as well.
My best wishes to all of you for your prosperous and wonderful life, my dear delegates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well seasoned presentation, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Participants, kind information. We will have the next session at 2:30 sharp, right? Because this was insisted by our Swamiji, Swami Atma Shraddhananda Ji. He will be joining from Kanpur. So please be at least by 2:25 because he was very particular on time. Yes, and he insisted that he needs to see the faces of the participants. Yes, so please be in mind. And one more thing about the feedback and the attendance. Don't bother about the attendance and feedback. Concentrate more on the sessions. Yes, try to get as much as information as possible. Attendance and these things are just for official purpose. We'll be sharing it, and the same feedback link will be shared to all. Don't worry. My consideration is you get more information from the speakers. Yes.
Thank you.
I hope
so
you understand all these things.
Jagadish sir, it is
Yes,
too
sir.
difficult for us maintaining battery. We are ready to hear, but what about the battery? Battery level is very low. That's why the problem.
You can switch off the camera. So only when requested, you can switch on the camera so that you can save energy.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Thank
But feedback and the attendance, don't bother too much. All registered participants can give their feedback for each session. The link is same, so don't worry about it. Again, my worry is get more information from the speakers. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. You can go for lunch, sir, and be kindly be by 2:25. You can log out and you can rejoin again with the same link.
Yes, yes, yes.
Is the same link
After
for the
charging
next
the
session,
Same
sir?
link for the entire sessions. I mean, entire 5 days. Don't worry about the link as well as the feedback. Everything is same.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, the feedback alone will change according to the session. Day 1, day 2, day 3, session 1, session 2, and session 3. Feedback, that entry points alone will change. The rest of the things are same. And one kind request, don't just give the overall feedback as excellent, very good, nice. These are all common terms. We expect what you got from the session, and we expect some more information from you so that we could inform our resource persons as well, how they have actively participated. Just a kind request, don't just put excellent, very good. We don't need those adjectives. We already have those adjectives because we know that all our resource persons are excellent. Only then we have tried too much to bring them here. Yes, give your real feedback. We'll see in the next session at 2:25 p.m.
Jagdish sir, a small
Yes,
request.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, whatever the resource person are sharing the info with us, that is the PPTs, could you
Yes.
please share it in the group so that it
Yes,
will be
yes.
helpful for us later
Sure,
on
sure.
also?
We'll request all the resource persons to give it to me. Then I will compile it and I will share amongst you.
Surely, sir. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shall I leave?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
I think Dr. Mohan is also there.
Yes, sir. Dr. Mohan is also there. Many from Dr. NGP institutions. Thank you, ma'am. You can log out. You can rejoin by 2:25. 2:20 at least. 2:20, please.